day. Wake up, today's gonna be a good 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 day. So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, really gonna rise to the sun. Step 2, get some good, some over you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
Sorry, we're going through everything to test the system this morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Grab your coffee. I'm probably going to have to step out of here and grab mine here in just a few moments, but we'll get through the intro. Sorry to hear about your daughter, Robin. Good morning. Yesterday, I decided to take it. I'll be honest with you. I had some lead in my butt and I decided to stay in bed and watch TV and take a relaxing day. And that's what I did. And I got up. I did a lot of research and stuff like that yesterday. It wasn't completely a wasted day. I just didn't feel like coming in here and going through the stuff. So late last night, I came in here, moved some stuff around for today's show. Thank you guys. Deanna, thank you. Melanie, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Didn't get too saucy last night. I kind of curled up with Delilah. She's going through her little heat thing, so she's not really, well, it's kind of weird for her because she's just either sleepy, like she gets like mopey, And then a lot of energy. And it's been raining, so her energy is because we go out several times a day and play ball and, run that energy out of her. But during the days when it's raining, she won't step outside in the rain. I'm not stepping outside in the rain. I'll open the door. She wants to run out and use the bathroom. She can, but she doesn't even do that. Usually when it rains, she uses her potty pad. She will not. She's just a very finicky puppy. She does not like going into the water. I don't get it. But after it rains and you have a ball in your hand, she's ready to go jump into a freaking pond. I don't get it. The dogs they're just finicky. I'm learning this stuff. So good morning. As I said, I'm Bullhorn Betty. We're going to be getting started. As many of you know, we had a lot of sound issues with the show. I had done some configurations with the show. Bad mistake. I tried to run the show this morning and make sure everything sounded good. I recorded myself. There was no echoing, and then everything was set up, and then everybody says they can't hear. So I don't know if there's different settings for recording versus live streaming, but I'd have to think probably not. But I'm unsure. So good morning. I've been still tapping all you. I see you. When I tap you, that's me saying good morning to you as well. And as the show progresses, I will be saying hi to you guys individually as I'm reading comments and stuff like that. But before we get started, I do have some satire for you. Okay, but give me just a second. I want to make sure that I'll have to put this up. Am I on the right channel? I am on the right channel. The two first is just to kind of get us some liveliness, but I really need to test the system before we kind of get into our show. And I just want to make sure that everything is, you guys can hear everything. And it's not echoing, okay? So here it is. I'm going to play it for, you guys are going to hear her. I'm going to play it until she stops. And you guys tell me in the chat whether you can hear it and whether it's echoing. I need to do this because I have nobody here to help sound check my system for me. It's me and me alone. I do the best I can, and sometimes I fall a little short. Okay, folks? Can you guys hear that?
Look at those people on the street, because she stays out every night. She drives me way too fast, and she blows me every night.
I figured you guys would like some tunes. Okay, so now that we're back, now that we got no echoing, I'm not having to mute my microphone. Betty can speak freely. Yay! Okay, so now you guys know why I wasn't looking forward to doing all this morning, okay? I wasn't looking forward to doing it yesterday, okay? So if you guys are wondering where I went, I stuck my head into the sand. I acted like an ostrich. I identified as an ostrich yesterday and thought my computer was going to magically fix itself. Well, last night I realized we can't sit there and mope for a second day. Get in the office, get the stuff set back up. Tomorrow will be a nice, you go to sleep. You wake up refreshed, everything's hooked up. I can talk, I can move my mouse now without it screwing with my camera. Yay, okay, we did it. Betty got lazy yesterday and was fighting life. That's what I did. I fought life because, I'm here, and sometimes when everything is on your shoulders, you kind of wish that something magically will do the stuff for you. So occasionally you have this moment where you defy, logic, and you think that if you mope about it, it's going to fix itself. And what ends up happening is you have a very relaxing day, and then you stress yourself out because the work still needs to be done. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. There. All right, now that everything's working, we're doing good. Okay, so this next one, it's Labor Day, okay? We can have a little fun. Sorry, my allergies are acting up this morning. We can have a little fun. So this is satire, okay? And I'm pretty sure this is probably how every woman in my chat feels about their ex. Okay? I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. Somebody sent it to me. It cracked me up. Okay, it cracked me up. All right. I felt the need to spread it. Okay, to share the love. That's what I felt the need to do. I felt the need to share the love. So guys, this is not. I don't know if this is real or not. I don't know if somebody, because you remember, like, I ain't got no time for that. You know, when the house burnt down and everybody clipped that. So this might actually be a legit thing that people just turned into satire. On my way to work. Don't worry, plant lady. I'm gonna make you laugh before you get there. Don't worry. I'm doing it. It's going right now. Right now.
Ever had since we got married. He's controlling. I'm excited that he's missing. And then the police and y'all telling me I gotta sit here and do a news interview asking for help. I don't want help. I like that he's missing. I don't want him to come home. But I don't want y'all, you know, when the cameras start and stuff, I'll cry a little bit and act like I miss him, but I don't want the police thinking I had something to do with it, because I don't care. But I'm tired of him. You get what I'm saying?
Oh wow.
Listen, I already done went to jail for holding my last boyfriend captive.
What?
But he deserves it. Exactly. So with my husband missing, they really gonna think it's me. I ain't did nothing. So whenever you ready, I'm ready.
Now come on. Every single one of you guys wish for the day. Okay, come on. That X, come on. Right? You know what? And it's sad because this is kind of going to dovetail right into my other story. I should have put it further down. I got three more stories before we kind of dive into. But, you know, in all fairness, when I saw this, you know the name that came to my head? You know, and it's sad. I'm not lying. You know the name that came to my head? Sebastian. That sounded like Sebastian's mama. Oh, I'm sorry. She doesn't speak. Maybe it's because if she did speak, it might sound something like that. I'm just saying. I hope you play it, lady. There you go. I gave you your laugh on your way to work. Okay, now you can have a great day. We have some other things going on here, and I wanted to go over this here. Okay, this is from Missing and Exploited Children. It's a Facebook group, and I want to read it to you. There is some good details in here about an updated child alert. This is this little child right here, Carly Elizabeth Tillery. Now, the issue is this child has been missing since May, 5 years old, been missing since May. My mod saw it posted on a Facebook group, sent it to me. I thought it was a new missing person. So, as you can see, March 7th, not May, March 7th. So you're talking about almost 6 months that this 5-year-old child has been missing. And I'm like, well, how have we not seen this? And I don't know how we haven't seen this. Oh, Holly, thank you, love bug. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I wanted to take a few moments and just get you guys to learn about this Carly Elizabeth Tillery. Okay, we are behind the 8 ball. The true crime community is behind the 8 ball on this particular case. I even asked my mod, I'm like, March, why are we just hearing about it? I mean, I wasn't like, I didn't know if she knew or not, but I'm like, why are we just hearing about this case? Why is it just now coming up where we're hearing, and this child was last seen March 7th? It seems odd. So I went and looked just to see, because, you know, we never know if somebody is, we've been hearing about these scam things going on in Facebook. They bring up like, you know, fake, they're missing kids. They're usually real missing kids or missing kid flyers, but they usually have already been found. And they change the photo, but not the name or the dates or anything like that. They change some of the information, but not all the information. And so people start passing these flyers around to all their missing person groups, and then the people go and edit the content and change it to like a house rental, you know, to scam people or something like that. So I've been monitoring that. We talked about that like I want to say like a couple weeks ago. Within the last month, we discussed about this fake you know, stuff going around. So of course, naturally, when I saw it, and I saw it in March, and I saw this beautiful face, and I'm like, how have I not seen this beautiful face at all come across any of my research for the last 6 months? I mean, how is that possible? And so I looked into it, and she truly is missing. She still is missing. This is not a scam. This is not a fake. This is a child that we've never heard that was missing. that's been missing since March. And so I wanted to give you guys a little bit of information because you know how I am. It's all hands on deck when it comes to our little children. So this is a missing child alert. A family is desperately searching for their little girl. Please take a moment to read and share. Your awareness makes all the difference. Her name's Carly Elizabeth Tillery. She went missing from Jacksonville, Florida. She was last seen on March 7th, 2025. She's 5 years old. She has no identifying features like birthmarks or scars or anything from what we're hearing here. If you have any information, the Jacksonville Police Department is 904-630-0500. Again, not a whole lot of information. You know, were there people in and around this child? Were they at a park? Were they at their home? You know, what are the details? So I'm going to give this to you guys. I don't have a lot of information on it. I did some preliminary search on her. There's not a whole lot that I could really find, but there is some. And I know that with a little bit of digging, we might be able to find a little bit more, or at least gauge where this case is going. Are we looking at a stranger danger situation? Are we looking at a step-parent situation? Are we looking at a parental, abduction or interference in custody arrangements type of situation? I mean, what are we looking at here? I really don't know. I don't know where to take this particular case other than showing you this girl's beautiful face saying, hey, we've got a missing child here in Florida. I don't know where she is. I don't know the details of her case. I need you guys to help me. Her name's Carly Elizabeth Tillery. If you guys can do some research, send me some research, send me that stuff to bullhornbetty@gmail.com. Once I get some time, I will do it, but right now I've got to start, I've got my mom's going in for surgery in 3 days, and I've got to get some stuff, wrapped up and taken care of before I got to start taking care of my mother. So those things, if you guys could help me out, I'd greatly appreciate it, and we can start running some information about Carly and getting some attention to her case. So that's really all I have for her right now. Now, guys, this is going to be highly disturbing. I do not put, trigger warnings on my channel because the way I kind of feel is I feel we are in true crime. Everything's a trigger warning in my business, okay? So this is big girl and big boy conversations. So if you can't handle them, then I don't want to be disrespectful or anything like that. So I'm just letting you know this is going to be hard for somebody to deal with if you guys are having, if you guys have some type of PTSD, okay? So you might want to come back here. Like I said, I don't usually give this, but this one's a little bit different. I feel like this one's, you can't really see anything, but it is pretty intense, and it's a lot of screaming. You don't really make out what you're hearing or what you're seeing, but you can tell it's an abusive situation that probably needs to warrant some help. The only reason why I'm bringing this up here and putting this disclaimer on this video is because it needs to be known. It needs to be well known, because if this person hasn't gotten help, they probably need some help. And we want to make sure anybody that is doing this, or if anybody recognizes the area, I'm going to ask you to reach out to law enforcement and make sure that whoever is responsible for this is brought to justice. But here you guys go. I'm gonna take it down because you don't really need to see what happens. You guys only need to hear it. So let me put you guys under my screen here. There we go. And then that'll keep us all safe. But if you ever hear something that sounds like that, you are to immediately call 911. If you decide to let people handle their business and not call 911, you are part of the problem. We are trying to end child abuse and domestic violence. That is our common goal. You guys put up with a lot of stuff. Not everybody thinks about politics like I do, and you guys put up with a lot of stuff because you're here for the right reasons. And I'm going to tell you, this is not okay no matter what. I don't know if he was, I heard two ways. That might have been a woman, that might have been a child. It doesn't matter. It is abuse, and it is somebody screaming for help. So if you ever hear that and turn that around and turn that away and do not do anything about it, that's just, we cannot continue in our society like that. Everybody needs to stand up and speak up to end this nonsense, okay? What once used to be okay or acceptable in our country as we progress are no longer acceptable. Child abuse and domestic violence is not acceptable in our society, okay? Again, it once was. People turned a cheek whenever it came down to disciplining your children or disciplining your wife. Nobody cared. It was standard practice. Over the years, we've changed. What are we doing right now? Every time we come out here and we see a problem and we want change, right? We want change. We want tougher penalties, tougher laws. Well, it took that kind of effort to change these things in our country. But again, too often, abuse is handed down from one generation to another generation to another generation to another generation. It is a perpetual family cycle and family disease. People grow up into those type of environments. They think those type of environments are normal. They're not taught any other way. And they go on to live their normal life. And those things constantly are progressing from one family to the next. So maybe the parent of this guy might not have, hurt his wife to this point or his children to this point, but those things change over time. We have to pay attention. At no matter how you look at it, we have to pay attention. We have another situation which it kind of makes me say, because we just had this whole case with Emmanuel Haro. We're going to be talking about two major cases today. One's obviously, you guys can look at the thumbnail and figure out what our main conversation topic points are. It's Sebastian Rogers and Emmanuel Haro. Well, we've learned in the Emmanuel Haro that child abuse at a young age can really damage a child's brain, okay? We have noticed an increase of autism that we truly believe have something to do with vaccinations in part, okay? We have it kind of both ways. If we're going to have a serious conversation about autism, I've talked to hundreds of people over the Sebastian Rogers case, hundreds, from all levels, from nonverbal to high functioning. You don't even know they have autism. I've talked to a whole plethora of people, from teachers to school bus drivers to parents to grandparents to, you guys have watched it. A lot of the stuff was live right here on the show as we were discussing Sebastian Rogers' case. Now, this was over a year before Emmanuel Haro. But physical abuse, this is where it's like you don't think of things until you think of things. Then the light bulb goes off on top of your head. This child that you're looking at here was diagnosed with autism, okay? And he had a habit of running away from home. We're finding out the reason. He was not autistic. And he was running away from home, but not because he was an autistic eloper. It's because his mother was abusive. He didn't have autism as diagnosed. He actually had brain damage from abuse at the hands of his mother. So when he ran out and ran into the water, apparently it was gator infested or a gator got a hold of him. Okay, we're not going to go into this. This is in New Orleans. So as you guys know, their gator population is pretty severe in that area. And he was nonverbal. Okay, so he's hitting all of those nonverbal autism, behaviors that they're diagnosing him with autism. Well, when he died from this gator, because he got out of his house and he got into the water, obviously, I don't know if he drowned before the gator got him or he drowned as a result of the gator, but upon autopsy, they found out he wasn't autistic at all. So he escaped from his window, so they did not respond. Oh, and this is another thing. Where this happened in New Orleans, a child of this age missing, it took them 5 hours to respond. Like, I no matter how this case turns out, whatever department that is, they need to be written up. They need to have an IA investigation. They need to have whatever they do. And this is a Democrat area, so they should have an internal affairs office. It's just something, whatever. But they should have an internal affairs department or some type of disciplinary department. And I would definitely hope that they're being investigated and somebody from the state of Louisiana is looking at this, because this is bad. This is bad. 5 hours to respond to a child missing. Okay? 5 hours. No help. 5 hours. That is just insane. But I digress. His body was found this week in a nearby canal after 2-week search. Gone for 2 weeks. Took 7 hours. That's bad. An autopsy concluded that he died from blunt force due to an alligator. Okay, and then drowned. So now we know the alligator did get him before he drowned. But this is where it is. The death sparked criticism as the New Orleans Police Department investigated why nearly 5 hour gap between it. Let me get to the point. Okay, here it is. The abuse backstory. His mother, Hilda, told police the boy was autistic and would sneak away from the home and play on the playground nearby. But the family had recently moved to a new home. He was seen on the doorbell footage. This right here has a lot of hallmarks of Sebastian Rogers, because this one, it's a point that you can see that he left his home. He willingly left his home. He got out of the window. He was seen on camera. Okay, because there are like 400 cameras in the area of Sebastian Rogers when he disappeared, yet nobody at night could pick him up running out of the house. Yet here we can see he was seen on doorbell camera footage wearing a diaper and walking down the street. Around 5:20 in the morning, he escaped. His body was spotted with a drone on Tuesday. Again, 2 weeks afterwards, he floats. We know about body and body biology. We learned about it during the Riley Strain case, and how the body sinks until the body is deceased. Then the cavities within the body, they fill up with gases, which cause your body to start lifting to the surface. So you sink, gases, lift, now you're visible so that can take anywhere between 7 to 14 days if you drown to come to the surface. Some are a little bit quicker, some are a little bit longer. So if you don't know about the biology, that's just how your body works when it starts breaking down and you're in water. Believe it or not, water does preserve your body better than being on land. So 2 weeks in Louisiana this time of the year, I'm sure that baby's body was even in the water, was in pretty bad condition. But according to this, he had traumatic brain injury that was not due to accidental. So his mom was basically beating the hell out of him. Okay. And he was, as a result of beating the crap out of him, he had traumatic brain injury that had the appearance of autism and had the appearance of him eloping when he was really, truly just running away. This is important for several reasons. Do I know whether Sebastian was abused? I don't believe that child was abused. I believe he's missing a chromosome, so he does have some birth defects in part. So I do believe Sebastian's autism is truly autism, not by abuse or anything else. But the one great takeaway for me in this story is the fact that a child was seen running away from home. when a child runs away from home and there's cameras in the area, you will see that child running away from home. And this is another great example of if a child walks out of the house. This child turned up deceased 2 weeks later, okay? This child turned up deceased 2 weeks later. So what I'm trying to say is that there was evidence this child ran away from home. There was evidence that this child left his home. There was evidence. The problem is in the next case we're about to cover, there is no evidence. There's evidence that he came home. There's no evidence he ever left that home. Yet he was not inside that home at 6 o'clock in the morning, allegedly by the mother, the only adult and the only other person inside that house. We know that there's been some major issues inside that house that has caused a lot of problems because ever since they purchased this particular house on 1008 Stafford Court, we found out that they immediately started trying to rehome Sebastian. For the preceding 14 months, they ended up having the Department of Children and Family Services called and sent out there on 5 different occasions. And there is no evidence that this child was ever seen walking down the road, a shadow walking down the road anytime between midnight or 6 a.m. in that specific area where there were plenty of cameras that picked up movement on the inside of that home that night. Okay, so if a camera can pick up the movement on the inside of that home at night, certainly they can pick up the movement on the outside of that home at night. But there was movement on the outside of the house that was picked up. And it appeared to come from the side of the Proudfoot homes to an unknown vehicle. There were 2 people that we could observe on those footage that we've made out, at least at minimum 2. We believe that there was somebody possibly potentially inside the car, making it 3 or more people. But we definitely know we've seen at least 2 people walking. And one of those 2 people walking was carrying something very large. We don't know what that large blob is. We can assume what it is. And we can assume who these people were just based on their height and where they stand with each other and the blob dimensions widthwise of the blobs. And what it appears to be is a person that has the stature of Christopher Proudfoot and one that has the stature of Katie Proudfoot. Going to an unknown car, one of them carrying something very large. That's what we see. That's what we observe. So movement in the middle of the night, in the pitch black, was picked up on several cameras. But not this child getting out of his home, walking out the front door, which is exactly in front of the neighbor's cameras that picked up other stuff going on inside the house, but somehow didn't pick up that front door opening or a child walking out it. And that has been adamant and drilled in our heads by hashtag Katie Proudfoot and hashtag Christopher Proudfoot that he walked out the door, the front door, a very, very, very specific door. And that very, very, very specific door has a camera from across the street that shines right on that door. And Christopher Proudfoot himself, in an interview, stated that the camera across the street, because somebody pitched the question to him oppositely, and he stepped right into the bull. I was about to say the wrong part. Oops. Right? Because somebody couched it. Are you sure nobody broke in and kidnapped him? And he said, oh, no, nobody went through that front door, because if somebody went through that front door, we would have seen him on the camera across the street. Well. We can see him on a camera across the street. Perfect answer. So why didn't we see Sebastian walking out that door where clearly we would have seen somebody walking in that door? There you have it. So we have so many cases of examples of this. But, guys, now you guys are going to, I have been, oh, am I on the wrong one? Oh, I still have more to go through before I get there. Okay. So we are going to get on to that. Let me get this past here. Okay, so we got two things. Now, for some of you guys aren't very political. This one here is not going to be very political at all. This is actually showing you why we do not trust mainstream media. Okay, that is the only example that I'm putting here. And this is a post from Elon Musk, okay? Because you see that right there? You are the media now. You know why? Because our mainstream media is lying and deceiving us. Lying and deceiving us on every single thing. Look at Sebastian Rogers' case. Look at the media out there in their area. They won't even publish. When Seth and I, when we give interviews, we have to have somebody record our interviews that we have with news organizations, because any disdain for the local government, they cut out of that video. They cut out of their news reporting. They literally are corrupt right along with the county there, because they control the information. They control the information of what is getting out to the people, and they're able to twist and manipulate their minds because of it. And it's happening right there in Sumner County, which is a corrupt county to begin with. And then you have a corrupted media that will not stand with the people and tell them the truth. And no matter how many times Seth tells the news reporters he's a corrupt sheriff, those are his statements. That's his opinion. Not the channel's opinion, and they still censor it. Every blessed time you deal with any mainstream media in Sumner County, they censor their news. We've seen it over and over and over again with Seth's interviews, with my interviews. Anything that's going to be anything to accuse the Proudfoots or the Bowersox of boo, they remove it. To say that you feel that these are your opinions, by the way. Again, opinions that the person that they're interviewing has, and they strip all of those opinions out. All of those opinions out of every single one of their broadcasts. Meanwhile, saying things like, oh my God, they're not going to pay for your child's education anymore. That's not what's going on. So anyways, what I'm getting at is right now there are literally protests all over the world. Huge protests against immigration. About the radical Islam that many of you guys know that they have gone into Europe and have wreaked havoc. They're, R-ing children. The police are protecting the criminals that are victimizing the children and women all over the country. One little girl wanted to defend herself with a hatchet and a knife, and they arrested that little girl, telling her basically, you need to subject yourself with a stranger in the middle of a street. Enough is enough. If I could be over there, I would. I would be sitting in a prison somewhere. I would absolutely be sitting in a prison somewhere. I can feel it. That's why that's why I do not leave America. So our government and our news organizations are literally just infecting our brains that we are the problem. So I want to make sure everybody knows that we are not the problem. This is happening all over the country or all over the world. And not only that, these people over here that it got so bad for, I guarantee there's going to be bloodshed to get their countries under control. I almost guarantee it. And they wanted this for America, and I think it's important for all of you guys to see this. want you guys to tell me and raise your hand. Did any of you guys see this on mainstream media? Did anybody see this on mainstream media? I would probably say no. This is one of many. I've got French. It's all over. It's all over. That's what Elon Musk was saying. We are the new journalists because we do not bow down to our government. We do not listen to our government. We tell our stories. We do our investigative reporting. I do not ask permission to do my job here. But this is the reason why the majority of America is coming to social media for their news. And we're going to continue to give our audience what they need to know, not what our government wants you to know. Okay? This idea, this illusion that we are a minority in our feelings about what's going on, we are not. Because we saw all of these other countries take in more people than we did. And look at what they're doing right now. Can you imagine somebody trying to arm me? I would be in prison. I would be in prison. I don't care. This is my body. We have a my body, my choice here. These people were stripped of their dignity. Stripped of their dignity. I hope people wake up. I really do. And then we're going to take just a few minutes here. I think this is about, if I'm not mistaken, this is probably about the nosedive I did with Cracker Barrel. I don't know. I think, oh no, this is the shooter there. And I think I'm not going to go through Benny's stuff, but basically what it is that I think it's irate and just insincere to hear law enforcement out there, again, lying to the people and saying that there was no motive. I think everybody knows what the motive is. This man was struggling and he had no help. He struggled for years with mental illness, and his parents were encouraging him, and not really encouraging him, but discouraging him in part, but not realizing he had mental problems, like major mental problems, and they watched these things get exploited. The roommate that he was living with had to have known something, had to have known things were not right. This man was very angry with some of his decisions he made at a very, very, very young age. And I know that we want to support people, but at what cost? At what cost? And I think that we need, on a national level, to be having these conversations about our society and what we can do for our society, and do it from a loving place. Okay, there's a lot of condemnation. I know I'm part of some of that condemnation, but these are children, and you guys know me. When it comes to kids, I don't care whose feelings I hurt. But is that really the right approach? Is really where I'm getting at. Can be done, and I think that there can be, and I hope everybody opens their eyes and ears and just accept the conversation, because I think we all deserve it to ourselves to have the real conversation, not about, oh my gosh, we need to take the guns away, but real conversations. These folks are struggling. They've been struggling for years without being seen or heard, long before it ever got to this point for them. And I truly believe some of the medication are really wreaking havoc on some of our young youth, so that are going and struggling through these things. So out of a place of love, I truly think that we need to start having the conversation, and having a real conversation, not one that's filled with PC and bullcrap, but just throw it all on the table and see how we can fix it. That's where we're at. Okay, then we get over to this, and now we're going over to Sebastian Rogers' case. Thank you for letting me bend your ear. I didn't want to get too political with you guys, but I do want to let you know that the reason why we're here, this is news. This is where you're going to get your unfiltered news, okay? We're sick of sanitation. We're sick of censorship. We're sick of all of that. We don't have to live in a society like that. We have so many protections from our Constitution, that obviously mainstream media has destroyed their reputation because they failed to value that sacred responsibility. And that's okay. There's a lot of good people out there that are really standing up and taking hold and taking responsibility of making sure that people get what they need to hear, not what they need to hear, not what our government wants them to hear. So anyways, we're trying to get the attentions of the powers that be, and we have to do the powers that be organically. Okay, so that means we have to get the attention of Dan Bongino, President Trump, Pete Hegseth, Bill Lee, Marsha Blackburn. We got to get, for Sebastian Rogers' case, we've got to be a little more, keyboard warriors, okay? We might as well embrace the name since law enforcement wants to keep calling us that. I always take, I remember one of my politicians, it was Kevin Van Ostenbridge, which is no longer commissioner in our county. But I remember one time he told me that my bullhorn would ruin me. I remember him telling me that. Your bullhorn is going to ruin your reputation. I remember him telling me that. So you know what I did? I ended up embracing the bullhorn, and now we have Bullhorn Betty, right? So it didn't destroy me. It actually empowered me. It empowered me to show them that what they thought was going to be their biggest mistake, because it's not. It didn't ruin my reputation. Well, Jenny, I'm a political activist, okay? Not just a victim activist and advocate. I'm also political. So I would, kind of like I do now. I've been doing it for years. I pop up. I stay a while, right? In front of homes. It doesn't matter. I did that politically as well. It wasn't a new strategy that I did when I came over to true crime. Okay. So you made poor decisions at the school board, and you're my school board. Then I'm out in front of your house with my picket signs and my bullhorn. Okay. I just want to let you guys know, to the gravity. My community's been dealing with me a lot more than YouTube has been dealing with me. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. But we have to garner attention organically, and one of those ways is through Twitter and Truth Social, because the people that I want to get a hold of are on both of those platforms. So we are getting traction. So Patriotic Blonde was on here, and I don't know, it appears that she may have seen my post or whatever, but I found out she does follow me. And she actually picked up, she has like 80,000, I think between 70 and 80,000 subscribers on her her Twitter account, or X account rather. And she picked up this story and started running with it and started adding other people to it. And so I would like you guys to, if you guys can, go over and share this, because again, I'm attaching a lot of people, and I'm saying we're getting traction, folks. Sebastian Rogers will not be swept under the rug. The suspects in this disappearance are friends with the sheriff in this county, and he has shit on the father. Now, I know that when I put he has shit on the father, a lot of people's like, he has dirt on the, no, he has shit, like he's crapped on the father. Seth Rogers, Seth was just out there, and Eric Craddock literally ran out of the office away from him. Like, what? That's that's who you people voted for in Sumner County? Like, do you realize the rest of the world are laughing at you? Like, who makes that horrible of a mistake? I really hope you guys don't make that same mistake again. Like, get involved in your I even tagged their local GOP in here, Sumner County GOP. It's like, get your shit under control, folks. I'm tired of dealing with this. So anyways, I wanted to express that, because on X, you kind of get one shot and that's it. So if I could have gone back and put crapped or poo-pooed, on the father, I would have changed that word, because it sounds like they have dirt on him, and that wasn't the intent that I was trying to get across. It was that he crapped on the father. That's trying to find his son, while the mother was the last to see the child in bed, and swears her autistic son left the home with no shoes or personal items. Again, because he was autistic, he values these things and must have them. The strange thing is, he never leaves the house without shoes. He hates the dark. He hates bugs. He hates the dirt. So why would he sneak out and run away in the middle of the night, which he's never done in his life? And I even put in here, autistic children are one of two types. They either elope or they do not elope. Sebastian is not an eloper, which means he does not run off. People are seeing the corruption. Keep posting. Keep sharing. People with bigger platforms are getting it. Let's keep it going. So, again, Patriotic Blonde, she has 71,000, so almost 72,000. And here's what she said. the Sumner County Sheriff Eric Craddock, who has led the investigation of missing autistic teen Sebastian Rogers, posted a comment on one of his social media accounts stating that he thinks the word rape is too harsh, that it should be called snuggle struggle. Sebastian disappeared on February of 2024, and critics of the investigation, including the boy's father, Seth Rogers, have argued that the sheriff is corrupt and has shut down efforts to find out what happened to the missing boy. The sheriff's office has posted 0 updates on its website and 0 missing flyers or photos of the boy since his disappearance. I'm asking my 70,000 plus followers, including Dog the Bounty Hunter and Deception Detective, to demand answers as to why this is, because we're not going to have mainstream media out here asking the tough questions, because they've had an opportunity and they have failed this child. They have failed that community. They continue to fail that community by pushing the agenda of the government, not the will of the people, not the information that will help the people. They are working for the government, not for the people. They're not an independent arm. They're not an independent arm, and that goes for Nick Barris, that goes for Holly Thompson. Both of them, corrupted. They won't push. They won't push. They're so worried that somebody won't talk to them in the future. My thing is I would be telling them, we won't want you to talk in the future. We don't want to put you on our air. You need us more than we need you. That's the power social media has, because we don't need any of these politicians. We're doing just fine whether we piss them off or make them have a great day. I sleep just fine in my bed all day long, and I'm not corrupted. I'm not corrupted. It gives me the opportunity to hold people accountable. So the media in the area, the mainstream media in that area has failed. They're a failure. They're a big fat F, and they're being railroaded by social media, which they should be. They're a disgrace to journalism. And then we have the Yahoo, Chad Bianco, wanting to come after social media when we have more integrity in our little pinky than half of your mainstream media has in your community. There is that. Just saying, not playing. Now, this is an important message that I absolutely think every one of you need to hear. Absolutely, the real me too. Do your job. I'm going to keep that up for a little bit. This needs to be said. Now, you guys know I highly respect Brian Enton. You guys know that I've worked all over this country out in the field. I've met a lot of these people personally. They know me. They know my work ethic. They don't bow down to the hate channels here on social media. They're much bigger than these hate channels on social media. And I'm very thankful that I worked my ass off to get at least some type of respect from real journalism in the true crime community. The reason why I'm putting this up is I don't think this is just for the Idaho 4 case. I think this is a message that everybody needs to know and hear. Okay? Because Seth is out there fighting for his son, standing in front of Sumner County, wanting that sheriff to know his anger and know his concern and his desperation to bring his son home. And I heard people were driving by and taking videos of Seth there and how small his crowd was. That's what I heard. First of all, he didn't go up there for a crowd. As you guys know, he went up there before anybody knew he was going up there. He was going up there for himself and opened it up if anybody wanted to come out there. Right? But to think that this man is desperate, wanting to do anything and everything he can for his son and to fight for his son. Meanwhile, the mother that gave birth to this child won't even poke her head out from under her basement. She won't even go out and see the sunshine, let alone go to a vigil or even search for the son she gave birth to that we all know she hates. We know she hates because look at her behavior. Is that a loving person? Do you think Katie is a loving mother? She's a hateful mother. She's a disgusting human being, right? She's a disgrace to women all over this country. Like, I will be celebrating when she goes to jail. I truly believe she will be in jail, and I hope she's there for the rest of her life. for what she has done. But she hasn't, and people were bullying Seth for fighting for his son. I want you to think about that. Like, we have problems getting parents out of the house. We have had problems getting Chris and Katie Proudfoot out of their house, military-trained parents that probably had more training in finding missing people than Eric Craddock or his entire team, yet they chose to stay on the sidelines for over 18 months. 18 months. These pieces of shit parents, Christopher Proudfoot and Katie Lynn Proudfoot, are horrible parents, abusive parents. Many reports to the counselor of Sebastian wondering why his mother hates him, and or his mother won't even go out and help search for him. And then the one only person, the only biologically related person is out there fighting, and you got these knuckleheads on these hate channels that are literally strung out on crack and meth, talking about Seth, a sober man fighting for his son. It's sick. So I think maybe Brian Enton has a message for everybody, and I hope everybody listens, because it's not cool anymore.
Awful things about. So for those of you who are writing awful things about the victims of crime or survivors on social media, just know, and you do it anonymously most of the time, just know that, like,
i.e. you're fucking cowards.
Their families see these things. I don't think people realize that. Like, this stuff doesn't just live in a vacuum. It's because I talk to the families of the stories that I've covered. And they are very hurt when they read awful things on social media.
Well, Brian, let me tell you, the people that we know, they enjoy doing that. They enjoy hurting people. They're no different than the criminals that we debut on here that end up murdering and killing their loved ones. I mean, they're cut from the same cloth. They enjoy hurting people. That's what he doesn't understand. They actually get their rocks off and think it's fun to hurt people. And then we have some knuckleheads on here that support them to continue hurting people, abuse people. Do you guys understand that? Emmanuel was abused. Sebastian was abused. Most of you were abused. And you allow other people to abuse people? Like, I was abused. I will not stand by and allow other people to be abused. Not in my presence. Why? Because I know how it feels. And some of these knuckleheads, even people watching me, my trolls, hey, you guys are abusive pieces of crap. You're no different than Jake Haro. You're no different than Katie Lynn Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot. You're no different than the Wests. The only difference is you haven't killed anybody yet, but you're working on it, aren't you? You're working on it, aren't you? Because if not, then why are you constantly bullying people, sending law enforcement out to their house, sending child protective service? You're trying to push somebody over the edge. That's it. That's all. And who the hell would support something like that when we're in true crime? And we see the results of this with every single case we have.
Sneaky gremlins love to fight, but we're here to set it right. Jump and duck, let's take a shot. Turning trolls into what they're not. Whack and troll, whack and troll. Let 'em tumble, let 'em roll. Swing your spatula or a stick. Whack 'em fast, whack 'em quick.
Whack 'em fast, whack 'em quick. All right, if you guys don't know that, that's our whack-a-troll. That's our whack-a-troll. So, you know, these people enjoy it. And that's why I brought this up, is because I want you guys to understand, when you support channels that do these type of things to victims or their families, you're supporting abuse. Yet you're sitting on other channels saying you don't like abuse. You can't have it both ways. You either hang out with people that are abusive, or you say, no, we need to change the world. Abuse is no longer acceptable in our country. And if abuse is no longer acceptable in our country, then we must end all abuse. Verbal, mental. Now, we all know verbal and mental abuse are 10 times worse than physical abuse. So why are we allowing and not policing social media when this crap is happening? We need to. And if you see people bullying and going real life, you have to remove yourself and not support it. Or you're going to have to remove true crime, because you can't be for, putting people behind bars and supporting the kinds of conducts that put those people behind bars. It's an oxymoron. Quit being oxymorons.
And they've already been through so much, and it just re-victimizes them. So for people out there just like behind their keyboards with these fake accounts on X or on TikTok who say crazy things for whatever reason, like, you actually are hurting other real people out there. And they see this stuff. If you live in this world where you had someone killed in your family, like, you're up late at night reading things sometimes because you're stuck in this trauma. So I just hope the people who are doing that realize that it's not like some video game, and like, you can go to bed at night knowing like you're hurting other people, like real people. You're actually hurting them.
And I want to say, because somebody brought up the mob crew, I put my stuff in there. Every time I get an unauthorized or fake, what I call fake, that means it's not saturated in what the law is designed for, I file an FBI complaint, and I end up fighting and sending that over to the copyright, because what I need to do is show that there is abuse of the system. So not only am I doing the FBI report, I'm taking all of that and I'm actually sending it over to the copyright judges and people that create the laws to show them this huge problem that's happening. So I do anticipate changes coming to that system. But my suggestion would be, you can do several different things. It depends on how much what he wants to do here. But I always believe that reports have to be filed with the FBI. It just creates a great paper trail, so that there's that I3C, whatever, the white collar crime thing. You can put the stuff there. You can attach stuff to it. You can put links. And even on those forms, they give you an IP address of where that IP address came from. I always attach that into the FBI complaint. Now, again, this is just to create a paper trail, because I eventually am going to be going after all of these people in due time within statutes of limitations. But they keep constantly making these same mistakes. So my statutes of limitations always keep resetting themselves. So, well, all I'm doing is that. Now, what he can do is he can actually go to his local attorney or courts, and he can file a preliminary injunction against SF, because in reality he doesn't have any addresses or any information on him. He can do the preliminary injunction, the temporary preliminary injunction, and then he can get a subpoena and start subpoenaing those records from SF to find his full name, his address, his company name, and then I would start taking all of that information and start sending it out to his licensure. Okay, because they don't know he's doing this stuff, and sometimes this goes against their professionalism clauses. So I'll send all that stuff when I know it's him and I can prove it's him. I send all that stuff over to all of the licensing boards. Once the licensing boards get wind of all of this, especially Mob Crew has more very specific threats and other things, he would be more effective at filing the complaints and stuff like that with the licensing board. But I'm very public about it. SF tries to come after me all the time. He's already came after me under an assumed name, a woman, and filed that. I ended up having to get the FBI involved and the copyright courts. It got to the point where if he filed one more thing at the copyright court, they were going to arrest him. And I can tell you that he never responded back. He probably saved himself from an arrest, but we were waiting for that one response left, and he was getting arrested, and he stopped. So I know that they're onto him, and I know that it is getting to a point where things can happen with SF, but people need to keep pushing the paperwork. And if he's watching, I would just tell, if the unscrupulous PI wants to keep playing, he's playing with fire, because you've done this so many times that, it's getting to the point where you will eventually, all this evidence that has accumulated, like, I have a file on you, all of this evidence for 3 years, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. And he can just stay and just deal with it like we have to. Like, nobody's been bullied on these platforms more than Bullhorn Betty, period. And if I can survive without, going and trying to destroy people's channels and all this other stuff, certainly he can too. Unless he's just a bonehead that literally wants to push the envelope until he is arrested. Because I'm telling you, he's messing with federal law. Like, we had him almost dead to rights. We were waiting for literally one more response to the copyright board. And he never sent the paperwork in. And he saved himself. That's how close he came. So I know I don't talk about that very often, but that's how close he came. And that was over the Layla Santinello case. That was it. But he took it all the way. He literally filed. And not only that, he didn't use anything to protect anything. So it was clear that it was him doing all the work. And like I said, you got to be careful. But that's what I would suggest, and hopefully SF just stands down and just deals with people. At the end of the day, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing is deceptive. And he's trying to destroy people's channel for pointing out his deception. And I'm sorry, that's just wrong. That is just wrong. We are commentating channels. We have a right to bring this stuff up under fair use. The laws are very, very clear. And, I just don't play anymore. Anytime it goes off to the FBI. It goes off to the FBI. And if I need to file suit here locally, I will do that. I'm already working on something else, right now. So it's like, what do you do? What do you do? I just wish people would quit trying to destroy people's channels and cause them financial damage. I'm telling you, when it goes to court and they see this, I don't think the courts are going to be very gracious. I know the courts here, let me just put it like this. I know the courts here in Florida are not gracious at all. Okay? Now, in other states, do they follow the law exactly the same? Is it presented exactly the same? That's for whatever goes on in those courts. But I know that here in Florida, you start screwing with somebody's business and money, you get yourself in a lot of trouble. So just FYI, it's not cool. It's not cool. So many of you guys may know Ray Whitley decided to retire. I don't like Ray Whitley. Never met the man, but anybody that was okay with what that county did to me, no, we're not friends. We ain't friends, boo. I'm just saying, not playing. So this is the new district attorney. He was appointed by Bill Lee. He worked right under, I was hoping that maybe we would actually have a good district attorney that was going to be saturated and maybe, because like I said, we need to start getting blood in Tennessee that knows how to take circumstantial cases. But he's cut from the same frickin' cloth as Ray Whitley, and he has no real criminal and murder experience. This is the kind of shit that they've hired for Sumner County. He's white collar crime. White collar crime. Do they have a lot of white collar crime in Sumner County? With the good old boys club and the corruption there, I guess they do. But he's from white collar crime? Like, we're dealing with murders and homicides here. Why do we have a district attorney so fluent with white collar crime, but not violent crime? And this is the crap they keep putting into office in Tennessee, and they wonder why they keep getting the same freaking results out of Tennessee. Not that I have anything about him. I'm not trying to throw him under the bus or anything, but let's face it. We're dealing with a lot more crime, violent crime, than white-collar crime in Sumner County. It's just, we get hopeful. I was happy that Ray Whitley is bye-bye, and then it's just handing the baton, just like freaking Sonny. Like I told you, the Good Old Boys Club exists. They just hand the baton down from one good old boy to another good old boy. He was already in the bag when Ray Whitley was exiting. Just like Craddock was in the bag when Sonny prematurely lost his life during an accident where he fell at a police convention. The corruption continues. Exactly. That's the way I feel. The corruption continues. So I'm not really that impressed, in all fairness. I'm just not. I'm kind of hurt more than I'm happy. So this is Thomas Dean. He's been appointed as the new district attorney for the 18th district effective today. Dean, 63, who has served as an assistant district attorney. So he was the right-hand man of Ray Whitley. So we're getting basically Ray Whitley 2.0. I'm not excited at all. We're going to get the same old, same old. That's what I see here. Who has served as DA since the 1980s. You guys see this? Ray Whitley has been in control since the 1980s. 40 years. We need to have limits. We need to have limits. We don't do redrum here. We do murder. I don't kowtow, not even to our social media. Okay, I'm done. I don't care if I'm censored. I don't care if I'm shadow banned. I don't care. I'm taking the approach of, journalism is, I'm not bowing down. I'm not going to, I think it's ridiculous. We are talking about reality. We're talking about defined, like these words are defined in our English language, okay? And I don't like it. I think it's PC. I'm a political activist. If I bow down to PC, then I'm a hypocrite, and I'm sick of it. Some things we have to, like they don't like the word rape on here. And so I censor that and say R, okay? I don't care if they don't push me out further because I say a word or something. Journalistic integrity means a little bit more to me than the rules of social media. And I think that we as journalists have to break through and shatter the bullshit. Okay, excuse my language, but that's really what it is. We have to shatter the glass. We have to shatter that ceiling on this. These are defined languages, defined words in our English language. These are not only that, words that are defined in our frickin' statutes. Our statutes, homicide, murder. Our politicians talk about killings and they use these words when they're talking to the public. Our politicians, they're in our English language. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. So don't think you have to do redrum or anything. We say murder on this channel. We say murder on TikTok. We say murder because it's murder. I'm not sanitizing the conversation. Okay? I'm not going, I absolutely will not sanitize the conversation because these people were murdered. It was brutal. Okay? What happened to Emmanuel was brutal. And that needs to make sure, I don't want to sanitize that because people need to know what that little boy went through. And so I'm not going to do it. So 1980s, he's had the stronghold in that community. It's very humbling, Dean said, of his appointment. I've had support from members of the bar, members of district attorney's office, and from our legislators, Senate and House, my boss, Ray Whitley, their support. And guys, you guys see this. Now you see all the people that support this horrible legislation, this horrible work that they've been doing in Sumner County, which they have. They've been arresting people that aren't even drunk for DUIs. I mean, it's a hot mess express in the state of Tennessee, without a doubt. And you know what that's from? Lack of training, which is what I said. Lack of training and lack of money. And they exhibit both of these issues. And then we just have a Ray Whitley 2.0 coming in, and you see why we're in this situation, because nobody sees a problem with the way they're handling their business here, except the community at large. Dean grew up in Hendersonville, and he graduated from Hendersonville High. So he's a good old boy. He's a good old boy. Been in the area. Wow. After earning an associate's degree from Volunteer State College, Community College, he attended Middle Tennessee University, obtained his bachelor's degree. He earned a law degree from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, and worked at the state attorney general office in Nashville before coming to Sumner County. So he's happy that he's going to be coming back to the area and not having to make the drive over to Nashville every day. My personal opinion is I'm not going to be impressed. I can tell you that. Not that this guy's not a good guy. I'm sure he's probably a nice guy. He probably has a wonderful family and everything like that. I'm not looking for a nice guy. Okay, I'm looking for one that's tough on crime, that knows how to bring circumstantial cases. That there's a different type of pedigree that I think in today's society needs to be had by their DAs. That they just seem to keep missing the bar from DA to DA, and that's across the state of Tennessee, because again, they're all about the good old boys, who knows who, to get in those positions. And when you're dealing with crap and you keep getting crap, now it's time to say, okay, this is a little more widespread than we think. This is truly from the top down. This comes from Bill Lee. Bill Lee put this man in charge. Bill Lee took the good old boy system and way of doing things and chose this path. And by all means, fine. That's his choice. But clearly, we're seeing that this is being accepted from top down. So now it's time to move Bill Lee out of that position and get a governor that's tough on crime in that position. And I'm not impressed with Marsha Blackburn either. I'm not going to lie. These are people I highly regard, but I'm dealing with a different situation. I like these people. I've been complaining for years and years and years for certain things to be done. Years and years and years, things continuously not get done. And it's time to say, hey, you guys have been in charge long enough. Shit ain't getting done. It's time to shake up the whole system in Tennessee. It's time, top down leadership change from Bill Lee all the way down. What Bill Lee is his name Bill Lee? Are you serious? They have a Mike Lee too. And I'm not a fan of either of the Lees. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a fan of either one of them. I've spoke nothing but high regard for Bill Lee. But that's it. I don't like him. And Marsha Blackburn, if you guys have seen my conversations with Marsha Blackburn, she won't even respond to me. Okay. You make your bed, you lie in it. So we will not be, until we start hearing true changes on what they're planning on doing about their problems in Tennessee, their criminal problems in Tennessee, I'm not going to be supporting any governor. I'm setting up small groups. We're going to figure it out. I'm in the process. If you're from Tennessee and you want to help I'm looking to build small groups in all types of places throughout Tennessee. Okay? So just FYI. If you're in Tennessee, you can reach out to me. You can. The title will be Small Groups. We'll start getting, I need to find out who all we're going to have. I will end up coming out there to help, set up these small groups throughout the state. So it might take me, I might have to come out there for a couple weeks just to get these small groups off the and it's just basically, you just get together, you start figuring out what you want in your community, and we start supporting you on getting that accomplished. When it comes to campaigning and stuff like that, we're going to be phone banking, knocking on doors, a whole gamut. But we've got to scale, and we got to scale fairly quickly. So if you guys are leaders, or it's something that you're wanting to do, it's just time. I'm tired of complaining about the same things going on in Tennessee with sitting on the sidelines. What happened to me in the state of Tennessee, I will never allow happen to another person. Okay. Sumner County they have no idea, the beast that they unleashed in me for what they did. And I will make sure for the next 5 to 10 years, we make major changes in that state. And I'm absolutely committed to making changes in that state. So we have some people, actually, let me take this down because I think I have some statements here that I need. Oh, I do. So before we get started, I didn't, because this is an email and I didn't want to dox somebody unintentionally. I did want to give you guys some updated information. As many of you know, I kind of got a little emotional on my channel. We were doing a normal thing. There was a lot of emotions with Emmanuel's case. And then somebody popped in chat and said that Brandy Neil was being life flighted to, or, helicopter flighted to a hospital. And I kind of, it just hit me unexpectedly. I wasn't expecting to get a little emotional. I just felt, it's just a horrible situation that she still has no justice. And the idea of her losing her life and her battle to find and hold accountable the pieces of garbage that, killed her son. And so it just hit me all at once. Well, we do have some, promising news. We're hearing right now that Brandy Neil is actually getting a new liver. So that was a very, very, very good message that I got. And I wanted to share with all of you because you guys have been here. You guys have followed me for many years. You guys watched my interview with Brandy Neil. You guys know how terrified she was of me because of the hate channels. They made me sound like this horrible monster. I was coming there to destroy her life. And I was really just coming there to help her advocate for her son. Not only did we help advocate for her son, we found evidence that supported her information. We also posted a huge sign for Michael Monkey Vaughn out there, a huge banner, for people to know that he was missing. We did a lot out there to advocate for Michael Monkey Vaughn. So I just thought, you guys, I know everybody was throwing the prayer hands up there, in our chat when we heard about that. And you guys knew how much that really bothered me, and it still does bother me. And I'm just praying for her to have a speedy recovery and, to accomplish what she set out to accomplish. And that's holding the people that hurt her and her family, more importantly, her son, accountable for what they did. And it's in Idaho. So we know that they just enacted a firing squad. And there's nobody that's suitable for that firing squad more than Brandon Shurtleff, in my opinion. Brandon Shurtleff is a sick, what. All right, so let me get back here. So now we're back on Sebastian. I did want to share that with you. Because I knew there was something, I knew that there was something related to an email, and I didn't want to put the email up here. So this says, Katie, the world wants to know where is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Every time I read through everything again, the more I don't understand. Like Sumner County said from day one, there's no evidence Sebastian even left the home. Then why is the only person that was there not held accountable? Must be nice to have friends in high places. Not sure how anyone involved in this cover-up can live with themselves. But one day, it will all come to light. And I hope that every single one that was involved is held accountable. My biggest prayer is that Sebastian is brought home safely to his father, Seth Rogers. Of course, in my opinion. So you don't have to do in your opinion on this is my platform. I'll handle whatever they've got to throw at me. I don't care. It is our opinion, but I think our opinion's also saturated in evidence that Sumner County has collected and ignored. So there is that. Now we have another one. I wanted you guys to see this because this is what Seth was teased about.
Case over to the FBI, please. My son matters.
I'm making sure.
I don't get to sleep at night not knowing where my son is. I know that you don't have a problem sleeping in your bed paid for by the corruptness that you exhibit, and you're a disgrace to the badge. But my son matters. Why don't you turn the case over to the FBI? Case over to the FBI, please.
Do you think he needs an audience? I'm just asking. Do you think a parent gives oh, wrong one.
That was bullshit.
Yeah. Do you think a parent gives about whether he's got people there? That man looks like he's talking to a sheriff. Okay? It sounds like it's between him and that sheriff. I don't think, if he gets an audience, great. If he doesn't, great. It didn't stop him from showing up every single day, the entire week, to fight for his son because he doesn't know what else to do. And then we find out. Okay, hold on a second. Let me pull this off. Okay. Oh, this is great. Okay, this is great. Let's see if we can open that. Wish I could take this stuff out. No, let me do it a different way. I want to read this to everybody, and I want them to see it, but I don't want them to have your email address. Hold on a second. Okay, I think that'll do it. That didn't do it. Okay, hold on just a second. Let me delete that and try it again. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find a... Oh, I know what I can do. Let me just do it this way. I know what I can do. Just put it on a blessed note. Wonder if I can get the note up. Okay, let's do a note. Here, B. There we go. All right. That's what we'll do. Give me a sec. I'm going to pull this up now. What capture? No. Notes. There we go. Now, is there any way I can get this to get off? There we go. All right. I got it. Yay. Bullhorn Betty's awesome. Oh, thank you. Thank you, guys. I know I am. What can I say? I can figure it out. Give me a problem, Bullhorn Betty. We'll figure it out. No. Hold on. Let me go back. See? Okay, we're going to go back here. We're going to bring this over here, and then we'll have it there, and then we can blow it up. Put this up here. There we go. All right, let me put this. I'll get it. I'll get it one of these days. I promise you, folks, I'll get it one of these days. Okay, that's about as big as I'm going to be able to get it for you. Right there. So let's go ahead and read through this. It says Sebastian's Law, and it goes through the short title, findings, and we'll go through. It says this act may be cited as Sebastian's Law. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and read it. B is findings. Congress find that 1, each year thousands of children are reported missing in the United States. 2, disabled children and indigenous children face heightened risks and barriers to effective investigation. 3, current state and local law enforcement investigation standards and data sharing practices are inconsistent and often inadequate. And 4, there is no single federal repository with oversight authority ensuring timely, thorough, and accountable investigations. And 5, federal oversight and uniform standards will improve recovery rates, protect civil rights, and hold agencies and officers accountable. C, the purpose. The purpose of this act is to 1, establish a division within the Department of Justice to maintain a national database, oversee investigations, and report to Congress. 2, require a state child protective service, CPS, and law enforcement agencies to meet uniform federal standards. 3, empower parents to seek federal intervention if investigate stagnates. That's a good point right there. Empower parents to be able to seek federal intervention, which is not, they have to be invited in versus parent asking. That's a huge step in the right direction. Ensure special protections and coordination for disabled children up to age 21 or for indigenous children. And 5, provide mechanisms to investigate misconduct, foul play, and hold responsible parties accountable. Section 2, definitions. Department means the Department of Justice. Division means the division established under Section 3 of this act. Director means the head of the division. Federal agents mean, and we won't go through the definitions, you guys can read those. Establishment of the division. So it's creating law and establishing an oversight is basically what I'm getting out of this. The establishment within the Department of Federal Agency to be known as the division. Director, the president, by and with the advice and consent of Senate, shall appoint a director of the division who shall have demonstrated expertise in child welfare, law enforcement, and civil rights. C, function. The division shall, 1, maintain and operate the National Missing Children Database. 2, audit and review state and local LEA and CPS investigations of missing children. 3, receive and act upon parent-initiated transfer requests under Section 6. 4, investigate allegations of misconduct, foul play, or negligence. 5, refer civil rights violation for enforcement under 42 U.S.C. Section 1983 and appropriate disciplinary bodies. 6, prepare and submit annual reports to Congress pursuant to Section 10. And 7, authorize federal agents to enter tribal land and exercise federal investigative powers consistent with tribal sovereignty and the Indian Child Welfare Act. So he really is going through and seeing all of the issues and trying to fix the issues in Sebastian's law. Where was I? I was got the establishment. So now we're at Section 4, National Missing Children's Database. Integration. The director shall ensure the database integrates existing federal resources, including NCIC and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Access. All state CPS agencies and LEAs shall have direct real-time access to the database. That's what I've been asking for. Thank you, Seth. That's what we need. That's what we need. Data standards. The director shall promulgate minimum data entry standards, including demographic data, medical education needs of disabled children, tribal affiliations, investigative updates, and dispositions. Yeah, it's sounding really good. He is not playing around. It sounds really, really good. So now we're down to Section 5, CPS requirements, grants, and penalties. Like that. Federal standards. No state CPS agency may receive federal funding until 1, 4 through B and 5 through 4 through 4E, 4B or 4E of the Social Security Act, unless it conforms to standards established by the director regarding intake investigation timelines regarding reporting, training, and interagency cooperation. Oh, is ICU in here? Hello, ICU. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. So, intake investigations, data reporting, training. Okay, and then grants. The director shall award grants to state to support compliance, including funding for technology, training, and specialized personnel. I agree with that. Penalties. Now remember, most of our nonprofit grant money has been going to our politicians and our movie stars so they can live those lavish lifestyles. They were robbing from the American people. If you guys have not been on my X, I've been throwing out a lot of receipts on the corruption from the highest, from our elites down to our politicians. Penalty. States failing to comply within 2 years of an enactment shall face a 5% reduction in specified federal child welfare funding, increasing annually until full compliance. So they'll start at 5%, then 10%, then 15%, then 20%. They're going to start removing with this act to force cooperation. That's good. That's good. Section 6, parent-initiated transfers of investigations. He is sick and tired of having to fight with the sheriff. He knows that a lot of parents are probably in the same boat where they know something's not right. Their law enforcement is either ill-equipped or not saturated in proper training to handle the case, and they want it moved on, especially in a situation like Sumner County, where clearly they have a liking to the people that have done terrible things to a child. Now, let's remember, even if they had nothing to do with the disappearance, which I don't believe, even if they had nothing to do with the disappearance, they still abused Sebastian. Remember that. They still abuse. That's one thing that Tennessee does not like charging parents with. We know that Donald, Ron and Candace, Don and Candace abuse their children. They've never been charged with that. Clearly, Tennessee does not protect the children. They never charge the parents with abuse. It makes me wonder, are they okay? Are the politicians in Tennessee okay with child abuse? Because I'm starting to think they are. I'm starting to think that they are okay with children being AR'd and SA'd and abused by their parents, because they never remove these children from the home. When they do remove the children from the home, they never prosecute the parents. What is going on in the state of Tennessee? What is going on in the state of Tennessee? So transfer request, so this is under section 6, which is the parent-initiated transfer of the investigation. A transfer request, if after 90 days from the initial report, no significant investigative progress is documented in the database. So he's saying, you know, it's not necessarily from what we do. It's saying no progress documented in the database. So that means that would be away from the public. So if there's no documentation or no further progress in the database, that means away from the public and behind the scenes where they have authority to see that, then that can direct the transfer. It says a parent may petition the director to transfer jurisdiction to the division. Transfer process. Upon receipt of a complete request, the director shall 1. Notify the original LEA and state authority, 2. Assume primary investigative authority within 30 days, and 3. Conduct a review of the original investigation for potential misconduct. C. Concurrent oversight. After transfer, the original LEA remains subject to audit by the division until the case resolution. I love this. This is ultra transparency. This is ultra accountability. This really covers a lot. This, in my opinion, we need a Sebastian's Law in 50 states. Section 7, oversight, authority, and accountability. Investigative authority. The division may subpoena records, compel testimony, and enter into a memorandum of understanding with other federal agencies. B, misconduct review. If the division finds evidence of misconduct or foul play by LEA personnel, it shall be referred to criminal prosecution where appropriate, referred for civil action under F2 USC section 1983, and recommend administrative or disciplinary sanctions. Reporting to state, the division shall share findings with the state's oversight bodies to facilitate corrective action. It's an action that will make it federal law, not state law. And this is where we need, because state law has to mimic federal laws to a degree. They can be more, they can be, strict and stuff like that, but they have to follow it. They have to create their own state stuff. So maybe it wouldn't be in 50 states. It's a federal law. It's a federal law, so it would force all 50 states. Okay, I get it now. Section 8, tribal and indigenous children. ICWA compliance, all provisions of this act shall be applied in a manner consistent with the Indian Child Welfare Act 25 USC Section 1901. B, tribal coordination. The division shall enter into an agreement with tribal authority to ensure data sharing, culturally appropriate investigative protocols, and respect for tribal sovereignty. Tribal access. Tribal law enforcement agencies shall have direct access to the National Missing Children Database. Special provision for disabled children. This is Section 9. Age extension. A disabled child is defined under Section 2.6 remains within the Act's protection until the age of 25 unless a court finds inability to self-sustain. Accommodation. LEAs and CPS agencies must provide reasonable accommodations under the Americans with Disabilities Act's 42 USC Section 12101. During interviews and investigations. Guardian involvement. Investigative agencies shall ensure involvement of appointed guardian or advocates on all procedural steps. Interagency coordination. The division shall facilitate coordination among the Department of Education, Health and Human Services, and state disability agencies. So Section 10 is reporting requirements. An annual report no later than March 31st of each year. The director shall submit to Congress a report containing 1, statistics of missing children reported by category, 2, number and status of federal transfers, 3, outcomes of investigations, 4, findings of misconduct and law enforcement action, and 5, recommendation for legislative or administrative improvements. B, public availability. Each report shall be posted on the department's public website. Talk about full transparency without providing any type of, going to the integrity of the investigation type of stuff. Section 11, authorization and appropriation. There are authorized to be appropriated fiscal year 2026 to 2030 of $75 million annually to the Division for Staffing, Technology, and Grants, which are such sums as necessary for the database and maintaining and upgrading, and $25 million annually for state compliance grants. So about $100 million going to this effectively. Effective date. The act takes effect 180 days after enactment. Implementation schedule. No later than 90 days after the effective date, the director shall issue initial regulations and data standards. Within 1 year, all state CPS and LEAs must achieve basic compliance as defined in regulations. And within 2 years, full integration of tribal agency operational transfer protocols shall be completed. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of like that. That sounds really, really good. Let me get back to where we were. Bop, 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 and bop. Okay. So let me move this over. Okay, there we are. Oh, who the heck is that? Who the heck is that? Oh, dear goodness. Oh, dear goodness. We don't want none. I'm just joking, Nick. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I saw the green tape. I saw the green tape. There he is. Howdy there, friend. Howdy there, friend. We haven't seen you in a while. Katie, do you really think you can survive the rest of your life by staying numb up on pills? Yeah. I heard about the narcotics as well. I heard about a couple things. I heard about gummies, marijuana gummies. I've heard about marijuana. I've heard about, different pharmaceuticals that she's not prescribed with, been given to her, but the one about the gummies and the marijuana, I absolutely believe 100% because I know where that information came from. But that morning, apparently Katie took a pill from her mother-in-law, Kathy Bowersox. So I'm pretty sure that was a pharmaceutical, and I'm pretty sure it's a crime to give somebody a prescription that they're not. But they don't play by the same rules the rest of the country plays by. Let's not forget that. So, where is his? No, I thought he had a little message here. I thought he had his message here. Where the heck is his message? Gotta go back. But anyways, he had this cool little message that basically said, I know you guys haven't seen me for, XYZ days, and, we're all still here. We're all still fighting for Sebastian. They had an international hit, facial recognition hit, and they had law enforcement go check it out. They got it recorded. And it did look a lot. It looked like it was the person was a lot older than, say, Sebastian, but we don't know what Sebastian looks like this day and age because he is, he disappeared at 15. We had limited photos of what he actually looked like the day he disappeared because we only got the day before. That was the only most recent photo we had, even though he had pictures taken of him inside the restaurant. For whatever reason, those photos have never been seen except the ones, the store cameras looking at her taking the pictures. And we found out that Chris Proudfoot is the recipient of those pictures, allegedly. So Tennessee is absolutely corrupt when it comes to child abuse. I was sold from one to another, but by the second bio, currently doing 10 years in Alabama prison for child. Tennessee never placed me in a home. Wow. I don't like Tennessee. I loved Tennessee when I didn't know the dirt, but now that I know the dirt and I know the corruption, I can't do it. I work so far here, here in my own county to try to stop some of this stuff that even here, every now and again, I throw my hands up and just say, and I start going, behind the scenes and start really causing them heartburn behind the scenes that they don't even know I'm causing them. They know they're getting the heartburn. They just don't know where it's coming from, And so it's hard to see it at this level. I feel like we've been in this state, and the one thing I didn't say corrupt, it was corruption. I never talked about corruption except with Ronnie Lawson. But now it's kind of hard to see when we're hearing that, Bill Lee and, other people of Congress are supporting the same type of DAs that are putting them in this situation to begin with. Is just now I realize this is a problem. This is a major problem in the state of Tennessee. And they're not fixing the problem and not fixing it fast enough. We just had children diddling go from a misdemeanor to a felony this year. With all the advocacy for children across this country for the last 15, 20 years, they've made no movement in their laws for children or to protect their children. And just a few, and we went over them on this channel, and I said these are just, they fall short. They fall short. Yeah, we're going to take it as a win, but it's not good enough. It's just not good enough. And we found that out just before, I think, what was it, June? Because they were going into effect July 1st. So we found out about these new laws coming into play starting July 1st in June. Child diddling, misdemeanor. Who makes up these flipping laws? Are you guys just twisted? on California? Well, California is pretty messed up, you know. We see their laws. I mean, these parents that did this to their child, like Rebecca, I'm concerned about Rebecca. I don't think she's going to get a whole lot of time when everything's said and done. You know? That's why I keep saying, you know, I want her stuff to be, but I want her to have at least 15 years. But I have a funny feeling she's not even going to get that. So if we get over 15 years with Rebecca or more, we're doing pretty stinking good, in my opinion, the way I'm looking at everything. And that's in California. But at least they have, you know, they have laws there. They just don't enforce them. Here in Sumner County, they don't have the laws, and they don't enforce the laws that they do have. It's a shit show. It's a shit show. Now, this is something what's done to light. This is Hatfield McCoy Museum Adventures, I believe. They seem like really, really, really nice people. I think they're finally kind of coming around to realizing that their opinion of Chris and Katie were misguided. It seems, at least that's the way I'm taking it, because it seems to me that they are more into, you know, letting people know what they've done as opposed to what they've done in the past. You know, they kept a lot of that stuff, as many of you guys know, they kept a lot of that stuff to themselves until just recently. Some of the stuff they've held on to for a year, and they're finally, yes, they were misguided. Yeah, that, I think that's the best way, because I mean, they seem like nice people. And I did say something, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful to them specifically. I think it's the training of law enforcement in Tennessee at all, but I don't even know if they're from Tennessee. But he's been in not military, in law enforcement quite a while, and he was even duped into believing Chris and Katie. And it sounds like them being duped, it's over now, right? It's over. They're no longer, they're finally, you know, parents don't act like this, and I have to think that deep in their stomach, they're probably seeing they look like nice people, so they probably have bleeding hearts. And it's why I really don't have bleeding hearts, because I just want to get to, you know, when you start doing this dance of trying to pander to possible suspects and stuff like that, I treat everybody the same way. Like, I just come, you want to speak with me, you don't want to speak with me. I'm not going to play games or, you know, try to tell you that I'm not looking at you. I have no problem telling anybody, yeah, I'm looking directly at you as being the suspect. I'd like you to talk to me if you're willing to talk to me, you know. But one thing I'm not is rude. Now, what my conversations on my show after that, you know, is a different story. You know, I might beat them up a little bit, but if I have somebody that is interviewing with me or talking to me, I'm obviously going to keep that conversation open. I'm a respectful person. You know, I can be very respectful. I've interviewed murderers, you know. I've interviewed people that have AR'd people, you know. We've interviewed a lot of different people, like Milo out there in freaking Utah. That guy, you know, I'm glad he was, feeble by the time I had to interview him, but he probably has about 2 bodies on him, you know. I don't pander to that anymore. I don't find it useful. If I found it useful, like if I knew it was a tool where I could actually extract people, but what I find out is they try to deceive me, lie to me, or whatever. If I come there and I'm just like, look, I really think you guys have it. I'm giving you an opportunity to change my mind if you'd like to change my mind. You know, so it opens that up, so I don't have to be soft on my questions. I can, you know, challenge them on things respectfully, and I like that approach. Sometimes I think when you approach too kindly, you're setting yourself up to be deceived. And I think if you're already letting them know that you expect them to deceive you, you might be able to, you know, you'll be able to, you change the tone, it gets them off guard. You want people off guard, because when they're off guard, they can't keep to a script. It's like trying to walk and chew gum. You know, some people can do it, some people can't. Believe it or not, whenever you're lying, it's harder to keep your story together when you're kind of off guard. or I may say some weird thing in the middle just to see the reaction, just to kind of get them off their game. And I do it respectfully, but I'm very skillful in what I do. I mean, even with Don Wells, when I was interviewing him, I couldn't record it. He was recording me. He's never released that recording, but we definitely know he was recording me. He pulled a Bullhorn Betty. He stuck the phone in the pocket and had the camera pointing, and that was Betty's best strategy. That's why I always had those flannels with a shirt on it. I just stuck my phone in my pocket and let it record. I didn't have a body camera at the time, right? So he was doing one of those things, but even when I was talking to him, I was very, very respectful. I kept it light, and I kept my eyes, I kept my big old dark sunglasses on, and I was looking at his entire body and made sure from his head down to his feet were in my view, and I would constantly be scanning him while I was talking to him. I definitely believe that he was being deceptive, but he was, for the first time, that was the first time I had ever seen that man truly sober. When I spoke to him, it didn't look like he was on substances, not even marijuana, no alcohol. He was a different person. I can tell you that. He's a different person when he's on all that crap and when he's not. But I still didn't believe. I believed some of the stuff. He was very crafty in how he explained things, and he was incorporating truth in with it. But you could tell the stuff that I knew that he knew I knew, but he forgot I knew, because it had been like 2.5 years later after his daughter had been missing when I finally got him eyeball to eyeball. So that's kind of where we were with that case. But I find it all too often that it might be training, or people out there in the country that have good old Christian values, they have a little more tendency to believe people, that they don't want to believe that they are lying. They don't want to believe but they're now having big city problems in their tiny little communities, and it's a different way of life. And they've got to get on board, because they are going to be railroaded, more children are going to be missing, and more parents are going to be getting away with stuff until they get a little wiser. So this is, we're about to get on, just to let you know, we're going to be moving over to Emmanuel here in just a second. I'm going to go refresh my drink, but until I refresh my drink, we're going to turn this on over to, when I start, I set these things up so I don't have to keep doing this with my camera, but once I start doing it with my camera or my screen, then I have to keep doing it. So here we go. This is, you guys know who that is. That's Pascal. Pascal. And if we were to steal Almond, Pascal us into the chat. I love that man. Yes, I've been saying, why do the rural always seem to get away with it? It's because they're finally starting to get big. They've never had to deal with this shit before. That's the reality of it, I think. They've never had to deal with all this stuff before. And now they're having to deal with it. Because substances change people, okay? Substances change people. I was never like this. I was like a sweetheart. Like, I was an Olivia, before I went down my path. You get it? It changes you. It hardens you. It changes your brain. It changes the way you think. You see things you never seen before. When you're blissfully unaware, you're blissfully unaware. You can still live in society, but when you're not, when you've seen some of the things that have been seen, it changes you, okay? And these substances can, you guys see me, I'm a rough, tough cream puff now, right? I don't break the law, I do all this stuff, but there's a hard to me that probably will never go away. There's, my mouth, I don't care, that all came as part of my path. I wasn't like this when I was, 10, 11, I didn't start having problems until I started hitting teenagers, and then the all the craziness going on, you start finding out some things, things just, you start making changes in your life. I'll never be the person I was before the problems in my life, because once you get there, you've already gone, you don't go back, okay? You just try to do the best you can. What you got left really is whatever the substances didn't take from you, you use to try to build yourself back, but you're never going to be the same. And I'll do what they do in school. Okay, let's do a test. Let's do a test. We'll do what they do in school, okay? Let me find a piece of paper that I don't need. Hold on, I'll find something. You know what? Let's do a sticky note. Sticky notes are right here. I got a sticky note. Okay, this is what we'll use. Let me put me on big screen. Let me put my big face up. Let me put my big cranium up there. Hi, guys. Hi. Born Betty here. So we're going to take this paper, okay? You see this? See it? You guys see it? Nice and beautiful. You got a flat sheet of paper, okay? Now we're going to crumble it up. We're going to crumble this piece of paper up, okay? This paper was you before problems and abuse. So you take a piece of paper, you crumble it up. Now you're going to flatten it out because you got your life together, right? You got your life together, so now you're going to flatten. You're going to be a full piece of paper. You're not going to be that crumpled piece of paper anymore. Do you see that? It's not a flat piece of paper, is it? You see the damage the crumpling did, okay? That's what happens. That's what happens, okay? So we have situations where drugs and other stuff is causing damage, and even when the parents go and clean themselves up, they still have all the damage left behind, okay? So no matter how flat I try to take this piece of paper to make it the original piece of paper, it will never, ever, ever be the same. And so that really to me, thank you guys, that really to me is the analogy that, you know, this is why we're here, is because the drugs, the substances, the abuse, those have all gotten worse in our country because we had a wide open border. And I know that it's not a popular conversation, but reality is not a popular conversation. We come in here all day, every day, and talk about these cases. They're not popular conversations to have, but they are the reality of what we're going through. And so I think that Tennessee needs to wisen up, because what they didn't have before was all this crime and all this drugs. Well, we've had an explosion of drugs, and people know backwoods are by far the most effective because they have the areas to make, you know, math and other stuff, you know. So we have to understand that this is hitting those country towns that never had crime before. They don't know how to handle it. They don't know what to do with it. They do the best that they can, but they're ill-equipped. That's why they need the changes, and that's why we're in Tennessee more than not, because they've never had to deal with this type of crap before. Well, it's knocking at their door, and they can't move fast enough. They should have had these laws in place in an abundance of caution years ago. When everybody else, when all these other states were making changes, they should have been making changes too. But they didn't. They sat on their hands, and it turned out to be horrible. So here's what Pascal has. I don't know if we're going to play the whole thing. I only watched, I think, the first 2 minutes of it. You guys can get over. I think this was put out by either Pascal or Hindsight.
You know what really
it's Hindsight.
Aggravates me is that I wish this was the same revelation and same bombshells
I'll be right back.
as Sebastian Rogers. Now, if you don't know about that case, I definitely recommend you guys go check it out. That whole case got pretty wild. But I really wish that this had the same results, and how quickly this was kind of like how quickly they came to the solving of this case, and they're still solving it. But these two right here are getting arrested. That is a massive move. They're now saying we aren't playing. The police are not playing. But what really breaks my heart is that you have a situation out in Tennessee where a boy, at the time 15 years old, high functioning autism, just allegedly gets up and walks out his front door in the middle of the night, barefoot. Those Proudfoots are still breathing in this freedom air. And I know there's already people, I know how polarizing that case got. But I'm telling you right now, the last people to see that kid alive was who? His own mama. And nothing's changed. Now, there's been a lot of developments on that case as far as like what happened to the house. And I guess they sold the house, they moved, all that stuff. It is what it is, right? Because it's, you know,
Did we hear that? Is that fact? Because when I saw this, I did go pull public records, and I don't see any other sale. Are we sure that they sold the house? Because it's still showing the sale of 2022. And if they sold the house, that is ultra sus. That is beyond suspicious. Beyond suspicious. And whoever bought it, you guys might, in another 2 years, you might have, that was stupid. I would not buy a house where there was something like this going on, because in 2 years, when somebody else takes over this case, they're going to go in there and probably rip out the drywall, the plumbing, and everything else out of the house to get evidence. I've seen it before. I mean, look at Adam Montgomery. They went into that apartment 2 years later and ripped the whole entire apartment out. They took plumbing, they took the floors, they took walls, and they had other tenants living in that place that had to move. I would never. I hope they had to disclose that. But I didn't land contract allegedly, in my opinion. Who can somebody send me some information about that? Because I'm not hearing that. Now, I didn't step away from the case. I've been eyeballing, no proof. Yeah, I didn't find anything. I heard they did. I don't know who's passing that around. I think they're passing that around as bunk. We call her Chlamydia. We don't use her name in our chat. She's Chlamydia. Have you guys seen how dirty her toilet is? Yes, we had a shot of her toilet. It was disgusting. Like, literally, that fat cow, you needed a freaking chisel to get the grime. I mean, how any woman would put their ass on that seat is beyond me. But we're not going to go there. I mean, we know that YouTube has a lot of dirty, nasty people in it, but you would think people could identify that. Like, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter how poor you are. There is no reason that you have to be filthy. Sorry, not sorry. Okay? We got a lot of fluffy women in this chat, and I'm telling you, none of my fluffy women would ever sit on that toilet. I used to be a fluffy woman. Many people that are on my show remember me when I was a fluffy woman. I was cutting almost 200 pounds. Okay? Yeah, it's exactly. But, what I'm trying to say is people are probably going to say, oh, well, she's lazy or this, that, and the other. Just because you're heavy has nothing to do with lazy. There's a lot of medical conditions and everything else. One of my friends, she was having problems eating. She had a thyroid problem. And she would literally gain weight for drinking water. Like, her body was so swollen before they finally started putting her on medication to get some of that fluid out of her body. But I didn't realize how, there's just a lot of things. But it doesn't have to be with lazy. And it doesn't even matter. Just because you have things going on doesn't mean that you have to live filthy. And she's got scarecrow. You got 2 grown-ass adults that can't even scrub a toilet. Who would put that on a show? It was disgusting. It was disgusting. I'm sorry. I'm a little ish. And I'm a slob. I am a slob. I'm not a dirty slob. I'm not a filthy slob, but I'm a slob. Ask the real me too. She'll tell you my stuff is clean, but it's everywhere, right? When I go in, I'm a slob. I could tell you I'm probably one of the laziest cleaners in the whole world in my toilet. I even took a picture of my toilet. I'm just saying, okay? From one procrastinator to another, okay? I am a slob. Well, you know what? I might be a little bit of a more neat slob than I once was, but when I felt so bad for Mom, Olivia and I were, she says we still love you. Olivia and I were with Mom, and I had bags of equipment, right? My side of the room was always trash because I got this pulled out, that pulled out. This is here, that's here. I got cords, I got plugs, I got cords coming literally everywhere. I've got my clothes, my bag. I'm always trying to find something, so I've got my backpack all strung all over the floor. And we would go out, do our job, would come back in, and over in the nice corner, you'd see all my stuff. I'm like, Mom, you don't have to do my stuff. I know I'm a slob. Her mom can't stand clutter. She can't stand clutter. And I'm like clutter queen. I'm not like a pack rat or anything like that. I'm just, if you guys, can I turn you guys without screwing? Let me just take this off. Like that. You see that? That's my other desk. Okay, you see all this crap on it? I'm like that. I'm just like that. Move this over here. Got me back in there. It's organized chaos. It's organized chaos here in Casa Bullhorn. Okay, just thought I'd throw that out there. Just keep cooking. There you go. The kitchen, though, that's a different story. The kitchen I gotta have clean. It's just the office paper and stuff like that doesn't bother me. Cords being out and not putting my cameras away doesn't bother me. But having a sanitized kitchen is, I'm a cooker, okay? Ugh, nah, mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. All right, let's listen. Let's finish. Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
We've been so far off that case for so long. But then what's wild is that law enforcement in that town still really wasn't. This is the one where I'm like, law enforcement was acting funny. They were moving around funny. That's what I truly think. Mm-hmm. They were moving around funny. Or they just didn't have enough experts out there to really hone in on who actually did that. That's what I truly believe.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that either. And here's why. Because Ray Whitley was out there within 72 hours. If you guys remember, I overlooked the fact that Ray Whitley was out there because I do a lot of groundwork. Usually we're not in an office. We're usually at the scene of these crimes. And it's not uncommon to see a district attorney out there with law enforcement during a homicide. For example, we were in Texas. We weren't intending to cover the Audrey Cunningham case. We were going out there to do some border coverage and kind of a humanitarian type of, doc type thing. And when we landed in Texas, going to head over to Eagle Pass, we got a notification that a little girl was missing. And so we decided to reroute our trip to go cover this little girl that was reported, an Amber Alert. And so we went in, and within 15, 20 minutes, well, actually, before we even got on scene, we already had a good understanding. We did great research. That's what we do. Mom drives, and Olivia's on her computer. I'm on my computer, and we just start diving in and pulling all the information. And then we start, screaming it out in the car so we can start taking mental notes of these things. So we had already knew about Steve McDougal. We already knew about, the possibility of her being AR'd and dumped. We had already, and we were then starting to try to figure out where she could have been dumped at, where she was ultimately at. We knew that we had some people pass over her, and they didn't know what they were passing over, but they did mark the area to come back to it to look at it a little further, which it ultimately ended up being her. But we were out there. We were out there for that. So I don't have a problem with a DA being there. The part that I misanalyzed was this was just a missing person. That was the difference. I've never seen the DA out on the scene personally for a missing person. I have seen them all the time out on the scene at homicide cases, at brutal or violent crime cases. But I looked past it when I realized he was out there because, again, it's common for me to see DAs out in the field, but when I had to go back and look at it and play the tape through, it dawned on me I've never seen a DA out at a missing child case. Just a run-of-the-mill child ran away from home case. It just doesn't happen. So the statement that they didn't know funny business, I don't believe that. I think it was prevalent at the time, because if we remember, the EMA director, what was his name? Ken Widener? No, maybe it wasn't Ken Widener. It was something Widener. I can't remember what his first name. It might have been Ken. I can't remember what his first name is, but his name is Widener. He's the EMA director out there in Sumner County. He gave a interview with the local news and said, "Look, I've been doing this for 25 years. I have never not found a scent." I mean, he said it plain as day. Maybe he didn't realize what he was saying at the time, and they decided to, not make those statements again. But he uttered those statements to a journalist, and it was reported and streamed on their channel of this Widener, the EMA director, saying, "Look, we're told that he walked out. We're not picking up any scent. I've never had an issue like this before. I've been doing this for 25 years, and we've never had results like this." That should tell you a lot. So this, maybe Pascal wasn't thinking about all those things when he made that statement. I don't know. But I'm telling you, they had to have known something, because why else would Ray Whitley be out there on the scene? And if they knew that there was, that the parents may have been involved, why in the hell are they buddying with them and gal-palling with them in the county? And why the hell is county employees eating lunch with them? That is all kinds of improper. All kinds of improper. The appearance of corruption is high in this case. The appearance of corruption is very high in this case.
That the Proudfoots or whatever evil entity that did this was able to bamboozle the police so well that's why these people are still out there free.
Yep.
Now, I already feel...
And again, it comes down, in my opinion, to the training of these law enforcement officers in Tennessee. They don't know their ass from their elbow. If they did, they wouldn't be throwing people in jail for driving under the influence of alcohol if they're not drunk. I'm sorry. All trained officers know that there's hardly any way you can mask the smell of alcohol on your breath. Why? Because it's in your blood. So if you're not smelling alcohol on anybody's mouth when they're not chewing gum, the chances of them actually drinking an alcoholic beverage probably is none.
I'm still looking at the Proudfoots like a mug.
Yep, we all
The energy, how they were treating people online, how they were acting about everything.
Yep.
Okay, their energy in general. We already know that, there's a history of violence in that household as well.
Yep.
All right? The only thing that changed, okay? The only thing that changed.
Listen, people.
Or the only difference between these two and that one is that there's no random person coming up and saying hola. Real talk.
So they have no hola man. That's the only difference between one case to another. They don't have an hola man. That's it. One called their child in as runaway. One called their child in as abduction. But I think it's disgusting that anybody would put on a badge. I'm going to ask the law enforcement out there in Sumner County to fight against the powers that be. Start taking a stand and saying, we need to investigate this case. This is making us all look bad. We want our future. Even though you, Sheriff Snuggle Struggle, has ruined your future, well, the good old boys club in that area is pretty hot and heavy. We need to break the stigma. We're going to work in there. We're going to break the stigma. I've got 3 years for Eric, right? He's only been in office for about a year. Well, no, because he was appointed. Did he have to be voted in? Was he voted in or was he appointed? We need to figure that out, because I need to find, when is Eric Craddock up for re-election? Because I think he kind of stepped in as interim, but I'm pretty sure he was appointed, so he would have had to ran unopposed, so he was elected. That was really bad, Sumner County. That's really bad. That's really blessed bad. That's bad. Unopposed. What? Both in 2026. So we've got less time than I think we have. We got a year. We got a year to get people inspired. We got to find a new sheriff. Does anybody have, if anybody is from the Sumner County area and you have law enforcement in your pedigree, or you have a law enforcement body, a person that's already in law enforcement that sees what's going on and wants to make a difference, please reach out to me at bullhornbetty@gmail.com. I will start getting, nope. They don't want my kind of sheriffing. My kind of sheriffing comes with a belt. You know, it comes with a belt for the little ones. I think I'd be in jail if I was sheriff. They'd have to arrest me, because I'll be busting people's butts. Sometimes, you guys know me. I'm a corporal punishment type of gal, okay? I know that not everybody agrees with my type of anything, okay? You might agree with me on the kids' cases and might agree with me zilch on anything else, and I get that, and God bless you guys for being here and putting up with my shit. But, yeah, I'm one of those people that are going to beat us into submission. We're going to get the kids in line, but I think it's going to take me a couple of years in jail to do it. Okay, I'm just saying. He should be, but he doesn't live in the area and he can't run for sheriff. You have to have 2 years of LE experience and live in the county for a year in order to be placed on the ballot. So he does not meet any of those criteria to be placed on the ballot. But you can always put his name in there and force the vote, but that would still be, it wouldn't be accepted because he's not in the area. There's requirements for the reasons. But there's good people in that department that need to start standing up and setting themselves apart from this corrupt bullshit. Because I'm going to tell you, the corruption in this county, across the country, we're getting over it. Okay, we've got doge systems in there. We got people tattletaling on you from within. We've got all kinds of stuff going on because people are sick and tired of it. So if we find a sheriff out there, I'd like to reach out to him. If you guys know of a sheriff, a deputy, or anybody in law enforcement that might make a great sheriff from out there, reach out to me. Okay, let's start. Pitching. Elections to them. Let's start finding people to start funding their campaign. And then of course, with us being in social media, we've already got an edge. Any politician we bring up here, we already have an edge. We already know how to promote them. Like they have to hire companies to do this, and I can tell you the companies that go out there and promote them on social media, they get paid pretty money, and they don't really do effective campaign on social media because they don't know what the hell they're doing. Okay? Social media is our wheelhouse, not theirs. So let's start utilizing it for Mr. E. Ooh. But he doesn't have law enforcement experience. That's the only thing. Yes, but we need a Mr. E, somebody that's even keel, that believes in the law but doesn't think you have to be an a-hole to get the stuff done. We need the temperament of Mr. E is what we're looking for. We don't want the temperament of Chad Bianco. okay? And we don't want the temperament and the corruption of Sheriff Snuggle Struggles. So we've already got the edge over any politician out there. We just need to find who makes the most sense and start putting some real significant efforts behind them. So if you guys have people out there, if you're from the area and you guys would like a recommendation or recommend a new sheriff for Sumner County, or you guys are hearing that there is a sheriff coming up, we need somebody with backbones. If their guys are going to let Sheriff Snuggle Struggles go up there unopposed again, you all need to be castrated. I'm sorry, because you got no balls anyways. You let corruption run over you while wearing a badge on your chest? I think everybody would lose all hope. And I can tell you I would make sure that story in of itself would be a national piece. I will almost guarantee if that happens, if he is ran unopposed, I guarantee it will be a national story. A national story of corruption. I will do it myself, and I will send it out. I will send it out free of charge. I will make sure that my contacts don't even have to pay me for it. That's what I'll do. It will be a national news piece. So, I don't know. Anyways, let's keep going.
So it's sad. Whatever they did it. Whoever did it.
Ooh.
I'm still side-eyeing, certain people.
This is what I love about our team here. Look at this. We're starting to go. The requirement is they have to be in law enforcement. And they have a year. They have to be in the area for a year. If we could get somebody pitched or poached from another area, we can go ahead and get them in place in that state. We could go ahead and get them placed in that state and in that community. We can poach somebody from outside. That might actually be the best. But they wouldn't have name recognition. That's the only thing I would worry about. Sheriff Grady ain't going to Tennessee. Sheriff Grady's dying as the sheriff. He's going to be in that. He's going to be wearing his. When that man keels over, he's going to be in his full suit, okay, with a badge on. Okay, wherever he is, I don't know when that time's going to come. I don't know where that time's going to come. But I'm guaranteeing that no matter when that time comes, he's going to be in his sheriff's outfit. He's not leaving Florida. And we're not letting him leave Florida. And if I've got to corral him in, I would say I want to bring him over to Manatee County, but I'm kind of a little impartial about my sheriff. Okay, Rick Wells does a good job. I like him, and I like Grady Judd as well. But Grady Judd's done a great job for the Lakeland County area, and he needs. You know what I would like for his future is, but I just don't think he would retire. I want him to become a trainer. I want him to train law enforcement across this country. His kind of policing needs to be spread. His kind of policing needs to be contagious. I'm sorry, it just does. Sheriff Grady does not it doesn't matter. He's so transparent. Even when his guys do wrong, he puts them up on his podium. He doesn't cover crap up. He doesn't try to, to not, because he expects his officer. It is a punch in his gut for his officers to do wrong. So when his officers do wrong, they're in his world, they're no different than the other criminals that they lock up. And that's the position we want any law enforcement body to have. Even when their own people screw up, they're held to accountable just like everybody else. That is why everybody loves Grady. Period. That's why everybody loves Grady, is because he don't give a shit. He wants his. If you are an officer, you hold that badge with honor. You disrespect that badge, he is a real sheriff. He is going to strip you of that badge, and he's going to let everybody know that you are not one of his. That you are no different than the people that his people put behind bars, and he makes sure it's public. It's as public can get. No different than any other criminal he arrests. And that kind of policing needs to be contagious. It needs to be contagious.
Whoever did it, they got their story ironclad, and they were able to cover their tracks very, very well. And then when the internet, podcasters, true crime people, etc., started getting on it, they use their manipulation tactics and split the room. That's what I think. They split the mother-loving room, y'all.
Seth says I've got
Which
I forgot that. We got Seth does have LE experience, just not residential status. Well, you might want to get over there and start running against him, because at this point it seems like everybody in the area likes to stand down and allow the good old boys club to reign supreme. Well, the only way you fix that is exposing it. Keeping it quiet ain't fixing the issue. And I'm a loud mouth. Big old fat mouth. Okay? And I expose. So we're going to watch this county, but I'm telling you, if you want to become sheriff in that county and you've got big old boy britches, Seth can move and have 1-year residency. You can move now. He can move now and have 1-year residency, yeah. But he's also going to have to be able to speak publicly, and he's going to have to be on here speaking publicly. I think, in all fairness, Seth, I think if you're watching, I think you need to, start going on your channel and start talking about Sebastian's Law and start really getting some support behind that too. And that will draw people in from the community, so you can start pitching your run for sheriff. But the problem is he's going to have to move fairly quickly, and that's for any sheriff that's out of the area. But we need to get you in there. If that's something you're wanting to do, you need to get in there and start getting some residency. Chris spoke about no license plate reader on Shackle Island Road. Did you know there are easily accessible maps that show where there are license plate readers? Yeah, usually it's on. Listen to this. Usually it's on Apple. Apple has those readers that I've seen on theirs. But here are some things I don't know. You guys know I hate Apple. I'm going to be converting from Apple soon. I just found out because I was trying to figure out what my contribution was going to be to that $400 thing, because we needed $400. Obviously, most of it came through super chats and super stickers and stuff like that. So I wanted to find out what I would be on the hook for, which ends up being like $120. That's how much they take. But it actually, this is exactly what I'm speaking of. Not that I care about that. We all knew this was all, everybody was going to come together for this. So it's not that. But when I was looking at the breakdown, I didn't realize this. But Apple, you know why you can't use Apple on these platforms? Why when you want to subscribe for memberships, why you can't subscribe for memberships on Apple? And this makes me just hate Apple just a little bit more. Do you know every time you spend money on your Apple, they take 30% of whatever it is? When you purchase anything for Apple or use your Apple wallet, every dollar you spend, Apple requires the makers of that. Don't you think in an economy where all of our money is being driven up, they are charging 30% to use their third-party pay? I found that out. Do you know no other Android doesn't do that? Linux doesn't do that. I found out every time you are on an Apple phone, and for anybody on this platform, and you purchase a super chat or super sticker for, Apple's taking 30% of that off the top before even YouTube does. So if you guys don't realize why I hate Apple so much, it drives up costs like you would not believe. Because who do you think ends up having to pay for those costs when a seller of a product is being taken for 30% right off the top? You as the public, you as the consumer are now having to pay. Why do you think you can get all these apps on your Samsung or your Android phone free of charge, but when you go over to Apple, you have to fight with earpieces connecting properly, computers connecting properly? Is because they want their piece of their pie. They don't want anybody touching their device without paying them for it. Who do you think those costs are being sent to? You want to know why you're spending so much money on your phone and why you have Apple? Because you're paying for it more than you ever even knew. Every single thing, swipe, purchase, Apple is taking their cut. I just found that out within I didn't even know it was that bad. I just thought it was the accessories and the communication. I had no idea why all these companies wouldn't be on Apple apps, you know, all the stuff that you can see on Android that doesn't convert to Apple. And you're like, I wonder why. It's because they refuse to pay the ungodly fee to be with Apple. That's why. So you as the owner of that Apple product is being gypped because you don't have access to all the apps that you could possibly have. And over and above that, the ones that you do have, you're being charged more money than you should because Apple wants to be paid for you using it. Everything with Apple is money. It's generated around money, nickeling and diming you literally to death. That's why I don't like Apple. We're in an economy where we can't afford to be pissing away money. So if you guys didn't know, now you know. And let me tell you, you would never hear that from mainstream media. You would never hear that from mainstream media. But you know what? Every single organization, they use window products. You want to know why? Because Apple products is too much overhead for businesses. So if businesses aren't using it, why would we use it? I'm converting back to Windows. So somehow, I'm converting back to Windows. I had no idea I was causing prices to be jacked up for everybody else just by using an Apple phone. Never knew that. Never knew that.
It causes even more confusion and spikes up more questions. And then next thing you know, everyone starts to eat at each other. It becomes
a circus.
Like cannibalism in a way, right? That's the only difference. The only difference between Sebastian Rogers and this case is that there's no random man walking up and saying hola.
That is true. He makes a valid point, folks. It seems like everybody else across this country, even the states that we don't even really think are the safest states, like California, that lets lawlessness run rampant on a daily. And you mean they have better investigative skills than Sumner County? Or is it something else? Many of us believe that they're not this ignorant. Many of us believes that law enforcement is intentionally and willfully failing to solve this case to help their friends. Because we've known, and many of you guys have seen it for the last 18 months, Sheriff doesn't want to talk to anybody that's not his public voting for him. If you go to him to talk to him, the first thing out of his mouth is, are you a resident here? Can you vote for me? And if not, you're shut down. That's not a sheriff. I don't know where you think that's okay in society anywhere. That you can't go to a sheriff or a law enforcement department, or you're made to feel you can't, that they are beyond reproach because you're not a citizen of their county. How does that bode with the people that come to visit? Do you guys like that? Would you go there and vacation and send your tourist money to a place where a sheriff is so disrespectful to you and will not help you because you cannot vote for him? And he has said this to many people. He is even recorded on an audio recording saying this to someone. They lock the public out. Do you know you can't even walk into their sheriff's office? If you guys are in the community of Sumner County, I want you to go up to the front door of the sheriff's office and walk in to file any type of report or just to tell them thank you. They won't even let the public in. They lock the door. You have to knock on the door and have them buzz you in to go into a sheriff's office in Sumner County, Tennessee during the workday. That's what you guys want in Tennessee? Do you guys know I have a sheriff's office that stays open 24/7? And it's a sheriff's office, so there's armed people there. They don't need to lock the door. They don't need to lock the public out. Our doors are open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can walk into any sheriff's or police station anywhere in our county or our state and get service from a police officer. Are you being chased by somebody? Is somebody trying to kill you? You can run into any of our sheriff's department and never have to worry about banging on a door to get help. This is what you guys are truly voting for in Tennessee? You guys are okay with this? You guys as taxpayers are okay with your sheriff's doors being locked during the day. That is insane to me. I am outraged that anything like that is going on anywhere in our country. That is not law enforcement. That is not in the light of the public. That in and of itself should show you the level of corruption. They want to make sure nobody can overhear a damn thing that's going on inside that sheriff's department unless you are buzzed in. You need to demand better in Tennessee. You guys are being shortchanged, just like the people in Pennsylvania with those private roads. You guys are paying more taxes than I have ever seen in my life, and you are required to maintain your own flippin' roads. Do you know that the only reason why our government was enacted to begin with was to handle law enforcement and infrastructure, i.e. roads? That's their only job. And you guys are in Pennsylvania paying out the nose for taxes, and you got to maintain your own damn roads. You guys are being short. You guys accept it? There's nothing we can do about it, folks. There's truly nothing that all I can tell you is you guys are being shortchanged. And I can show you how you're being shortchanged.
And I'll tell you this too. What happened here is, if it wasn't for the Ola story, I feel like there'd be a lot of people that would believe her until she went to go and get interrogated by police.
Right. Well,
and then they said, oh, wait, oh no, there's inconsistencies in her story. Now then that's when everybody.
And he's right. Because it wasn't, well, I don't know, because it was, to be honest with you, in my audience, that split second when you're reading the article, yeah, you're like, oh my gosh, somebody was, like, this is getting bad now. This woman is changing her baby's diaper and some guy comes up and clubs her and steals her baby. Like, this is starting to get really, really bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, those initial hearing the details of the case. But make no mistake, my as soon as they had that interview where she was in that brown shirt and he was in the white hoodie and he's like, just bring me Mike. Everybody, as soon as they saw her face and she was trying to put that black eye as what that person did to her, my audience knew immediately she was full of shit, because they told me that there's no way that's a fresh black eye. They knew immediately. Immediately they knew her story was questionable, because they knew the black eye was not accurate. Hey, Seth, it's nice to see you. What did you write? Hold on, let me go up here and see what you wrote. I would accept the position if I was elected for it. My goal has never changed, though. Find Sebastian, bring him home. Yeah, but sometimes you got to take things into your own hands to get the results that you want. And I think that's what the issue is, because we know how determined you are. I know that you respect the Constitution. I know that you would be tough on crime. I know that even down to speeding, okay? When I met Seth the first time, I took him out to lunch. He didn't like my driving. I was like a few miles over the speed limit, and he's telling me, the speed limit's XYZ. And I'm like, I keep forgetting I'm driving with the deputy sheriff, right? So, he's down to the speeding. Like, if he's in the car, he doesn't want you breaking the law, you got to you put your seatbelt on, use your turn signal, don't speed, good gracious. If he will remind you that you're speeding every 2 seconds, you're over the limit, you're over the limit, you want to slow down a little bit. Okay, not that he's annoying or anything, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that it was annoying or anything, I ended up realizing that he wouldn't shut up unless I was driving the speed limit, so I just drove the speed limit. Seth for sheriff. Seth for sheriff. I ran a red light with a deputy sheriff in my car. Oh, good gracious. I could tell he was like trying not to say too much, but you could tell it was just eating at him, okay? It was just eating. Like, he couldn't sit there and allow me to speed. It was driving him nuts. So he let me speed for a little bit. And when he realized that that was just the way I drove, he kind of started making some, I guess the speed limit isn't a suggestion. Well, it is whenever Seth's not in the car, it's a suggestion. No, I'm just joking. We're not teasing you. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. Just a little bit. Just a wee little bit.
Everybody would be side-eyeing her, right? Oh, and yeah, when she gets interviewed, and she's like, and he said, hola, and all that is so bad that you're like, oh, damn, you should not have done what you did. You should not have gone on these interviews. Because when you did these interviews, it's a dead giveaway that you did something, right? But the hola is the thing that threw everybody off, I believe. Mm-hmm. And the marking on her face. Those two.
But you know what? I mean, how, like, even Susan Smith went the kind of the racist way, you know, it was the black guy, right? But she tried to, like, bring distrust with the community that looks like her. Like, you know, people were going to be looking at Hispanic guys and harassing Hispanic guys because this child was allegedly kidnapped by a Hispanic guy. You know, and I'm just like, that was awful. Like, usually they try to, you know, why didn't she say it was a white dude or a black guy? Like, why would she bring that? Because from my understanding, that area has a lot of Hispanic people in it. So I have to imagine that everybody was side-eyeing each other. That was awful. Look at him, how you paused him. sorry, Pascal. I probably didn't get you in your most photogenic. We'll keep moving. We gotta unstick Pascal.
Two things, two major elements. Big deal. Totally threw both their whole narrative off. That's what I truly think. Oh yeah, and then lawyering up, refusing to do a lie detector test.
These were all the things that they did initially. Like, Chris was pissed that Katie did a lie detector test. We never heard the results of her lie detector test. And I think it's going to be something similar to how the RCMP referred to Malaya's test. You know, she was truthful when asked specific questions. It's like, well, what other questions are there? You know, so there was a reason why they said it that way, and that tells me that it's not as perfect as what, you know, Malaya and Daniel are making it out to, because when they got to Cody, they're like, oh, he was truthful. There was no misunderstandings. He was truthful. But the way that they couched the truthfulness of Daniel and the truthfulness of Malaya were different than the way that they established the truthfulness for Cody. Like, Cody, I absolutely believe without a doubt has nothing to do with this and has been fully cleared. And that's the two kids' biological parent. But I'm also concerned that, you know, almost 30 days later, somebody decides to come up and say that there was this abduction at the house. And we know that we had Durwood, Geddes, or whatever his name is. We had Cheryl, we had Logan, all trying to take focus off either Malaya or Daniel. And then 30 days later, when that wasn't working, all of a sudden we have a new theory of a woman walking down the road and children and stuff like that, but no video evidence supporting that. We do know that there's, you know, on either end of the road, they have cameras. It's only one road, right? It goes in, it goes out. And so it has cameras on both ends, from my understanding, so you can see exactly who goes into that area and who goes out. Even though it's a long stretched area, you know, if they go in and don't come out on the other side, they went in and you see them coming out on the other side, that they went to a house somewhere in point A to point B. What? Oh, good gracious. That would be a sight for sore eyes. That was like it was like whenever I went to South Beach. I went to South Beach, South Beach. That beach is like a semi-nude beach. It's in Miami, so you can go topless out there. But you know what? The only people that went topless out there or decided to wear the Speedos and stuff, no offense, folks, it was the people that probably shouldn't have been topless or wearing the Speedos. I saw zero sexy people out there running with topless, okay? I just want to let you know that. In Miami and in South Beach, I saw zero people, okay? Zero people that should have been going topless or in Speedos, okay? I just want to tell you. I tried not to look. Some of it was forced down my throat, and I'm telling you, I have never been to South Beach since. Now, if there were sexy people, you know, not that I'm all like that. I like coverage, personally speaking. I like coverage, but you know, the reason why I don't, you know, the people that like to let everything hang out probably aren't the people that should be letting everything hang out. Okay, it causes PTSD. I just want to let you folks know. I was an adult when I went to South Beach. I wasn't a kid. I was an actual 20-something-year-old adult that was really effed up on everything that you can imagine. And I still didn't enjoy my time at the beach, okay? I just want to let you know. And alcohol didn't make the picture any better. I just in case you guys needed a little more explanation, okay?
All those things. All of them. Not willing to get out here and try to find their son. All those things are bad. But here's the thing, though. Look at the Proudfoots. Look at the Proudfoots. And look at what their pattern was. They did the same doggone thing. They weren't out there looking for their kid. Okay? They put up some flyers. Sure. But they weren't going out. Right? They weren't going out.
Actually, I never seen the Proudfoots pick. I've seen people that appeared to show somebody taking down signs. But I don't know, because some people said that was a fake video or something like that. But I've seen somebody that looked like Chris taking down signs. But I've never seen them put up signs. The only signs that I ever saw that they put up was the one outside of their house on a little, you know, realtor type board, and the ones that they stuck onto their cars. That was it. Those came down within 2 weeks. They took all of the Sebastian's flyers down. They never really, you know, advocate. Like if you go over to Jennifer Santinello's page, you see her constantly advocating for her daughter, her adult daughter that's been missing for well over 2 years, and you see the adult daughter. That she's always promoting the adult daughter. She's always talking about her daughter. It's on her TikTok. It's on her Facebook. It's on this. It's on that. She's also talking about other kids, but it's still, those platforms are for her and her daughter, and advocating for her daughter and being out there and people coming in so she can be talking about her daughter and constantly putting her daughter up. But here you have Chris and Katie. They never did anything on their social medias. They've never done anything to ask people to help them. They've never continuously, they've went in hiding. That is the biggest red flag of any parent with a child, when they go and hide away from the public. Normal parents don't do that are missing their children. And that is a critical red flag that many law enforcement officers told me was a red flag, a huge problem. Law enforcement has told me that, good law enforcement, that these are red flags. I know for a fact the law enforcement bodies, the sheriffs that I know, the retired sheriffs and police chiefs that I know, the CIA retirees, the FBI retirees that I know, the people you don't see on these YT channels that are associated with my political class that I tap into, you know, those people tell me these are major red flags that help with law enforcement looking at specific people because of those red flags. And Chris and Katie exhibited almost every single one of those red flags behaviorally. From their speech, to the script, to the silence, to failing to show up, to failing to search, or even to advocate for their child publicly online on their personal platforms. Those are all key ingredients for law enforcement to start setting eyes on a specific person with relation to a missing or deceased individual, child or otherwise. That's what law enforcement, multiple law enforcement, have told me. So this idea that somehow Sumner County doesn't see all these flags that I've spoke to CIA, retired CIA, I don't know if they call them operatives or whatever, but the retired CIA. That's how they present themselves. I'm retired CIA. I don't know what classification that they're in with the CIA or anything like that, but yes, I do have a retired CIA guy that is in my political circle. We have FBI, retired FBI. We have a lot of retired law enforcement, police, sheriff, and feds, or state rather. So this idea that we have nobody to talk to, you'd probably be surprised about how many, you know, we talk about national security at some of our meetings and stuff like that. So we have to have the people that are higher up on the food chain discuss about some of the stuff they've learned, but not, they still can't provide secrets and stuff like that, but they can give you general overviews. They do it all above light, and except the CIA guy. The CIA guy, whenever he, I won't even say his name, I just call him the CIA guy. Whenever he goes to speak at our meetings, he won't let them even record him. He won't let them do any videography, any photos, anything. He'll come in and he'll talk. But one of the rules that he has is that you can't record him. And so we all agree, but it gives them the ability to speak directly to us and provide us some information. So just FYI, you know, there are, believe it or not, if this is in my little county of Manatee and I have all these people here, then I can assume that everybody around the country is probably, if you just open your mouth and get to know people, you might find you have more resources to tap into than you might think. And that's what my experience has been. That's what my experience has been. We got about 45 more seconds.
There's like been a few times that they made appearances like they're freaking celebrities, but they didn't do anything. You had Seth out there every day looking for their son. It's a huge difference. And yet there's still a crowd that was willing to entertain their minds on thinking that even Seth had something to do with this, right?
Manipulation.
That was just insane, guys.
Manipulation.
Just insane and so sad. So sad. Okay? So sad.
All right. So that was, let me get this kicked off of here so it doesn't replay just at an So he kind of brought and married our two shows together, okay? So let me get this up so I can see where we're at here. There we are. I need to be able to get this. We'll get back to it once I get this. It seems like every time I go, it screws up every channel I go to, it screws up my image just ever so slightly. We'll get it. I promise you we'll get it. But with Pascal, he kind of, in all fairness, married these two cases together because he's talking about Sebastian's case in conjunction with Emmanuel Haro's case. And so we've learned a few things about Jake Haro. When we didn't know a whole lot about this particular case or the parents, you know, Jake, Rebecca, we had our assumptions, our theories. You know, we looked at this, we identified that this guy, not almost immediately, I think it was within the first week news cycle, we learned about Jake's horrible history with another child, a 10-week-old baby girl. And so we started looking into this and we started analyzing, and we didn't have any of the paperwork related to Vanessa or him. And if you guys remember, it kind of dripped out. Like, we heard that he was arrested for child cruelty. Then we heard that he was convicted of that child cruelty. Then we started seeing all this other stuff. Then we learned about the violation of probation in 2024. And so but all this stuff it wasn't like one big bombshell report about this. It was several different bombshell reports as we were learning new information about these allegations. And one of the things I said, and it wasn't on this channel, you won't find it, it's the only live I did on Bullhorn Betty crime stories. And I think we were doing the bell peppers. I think that's when we had the conversation about the bell peppers. And after I made the mixture for the bell peppers, I went and sat on the couch and we kind of had a conversation, and I got a little emotional because I was kind of reliving and memorizing some of the abuse that I had gone through at the hands of others. And we were having a conversation that, you know, what could possibly Jake be telling her in her ear to make her stand by and do this? And I said, it has to be pretty bad, you know, for a mom. And we kind of think she's a bad mom anyway. She left her other daughter, you know, she walked away from her other life. But we have noticed that she has been abused in just about every single relationship she's been in, which identifies she is a domestic violence. She's a battered wife, so to speak. And she's been battered for many years, even dating all the way back to her original marriage, that she had the falling out with her older daughter and stuff like that. This is a new article from the ex-mother-in-law. This is Vanessa's mother. And everything that I believed he did, she supported. So all the conversations that were theories about the abuse, about what he did to Vanessa, how he threw her under the bus, what he may have said to her. And I said, you know, he's going to make Rebecca, you know, participate in the disposal. He's going to make her do this. He's going to make her do that because he needs her to be involved in this case. So he gets her loyalty. She won't say anything if she thinks she's going to go down just like he is. And, you know, we didn't go back to Vanessa and apply that to Vanessa, but we just assumed that it would probably show up in the case somewhere. Well, her mother is saying that basically is what happened to Vanessa. And if we believe that happened to Vanessa, then most definitely happened to Rebecca, okay? He was abusive. He would not let her work. He didn't treat her very well. What could she have done? She could have left. She could have begged for help, and she's going to have a long time that she's going to be held accountable for making those horrible decisions, and she should be held to account. But at the end of the day, she was abused just like Vanessa was. We saw Vanessa was railroaded. It's not that she didn't deserve anything. Vanessa also, she drank with both of her kids. She was culpable of abuse of those children as well. Maybe not to the degree that Jake was, but I would have been fine with her 120 days in work release if they would have put Jake behind bars forever. Because I think that really, you know, she saved her daughter. It was a day late and a dollar short, but she could have been Rebecca 1.0. You know what I'm saying? And she's not. She saved her daughter. As disgusting as it is, she still saved her daughter. So I thought this was interesting. I'm not going to go over this article because I know my audience and I know who you guys watch, and I know the people that you watch have already gone over this. So for me to go over this again, just when you guys were just going over it yesterday or the day before, it just seems fruitless. You guys know what the ex-mother-in-law said. She basically said that Jake abused her daughter horribly, and then told her daughter that if she said anything or did anything, he was going to make sure she was behind bars right along with him. This goes right into the abusive mentality. It's exactly what I expected to hear from his mouth. It's what I thought he would do to Rebecca. So to hear this and to have that support from this, we didn't know whether it was true or not. It was a theory. Now we can move it from theory to more factual. still, this is only one side of the story, so we can't still say that that is absolutely 100%, because I do believe Vanessa was culpable somewhere, some shape, some form in what happened to Promise Faith, just like I believe Rebecca is absolutely responsible in some shape or form as to why her son, Emmanuel Haro, is deceased. So it's good to know. If you guys would like to see it, it's on Sun. I don't really read a whole lot of Sun articles because they have sometimes the propensity of being farly inaccurate. These are independent journalists that they typically either take their story or buy their story and put it up on here. It's not typically from a U.S. reporter, U.S. Sun reporter. This particular article is, from my understanding, a Sun employee, so it might be more accurate than a lot of the stuff they put out for themselves. But either way, I do believe it has some really good information in it, predominantly past behavior. Past behavior usually dictates future behavior. And how he treated Vanessa during this time is most likely how he was treating Rebecca during this time. So if you haven't read this article, you're absolutely going to want to read this article. This is a new body language guy. Never seen him before, don't know too much about him, but I always like if we can get just a few different people's opinions about the different stories, even by different, you know me, I don't like just taking one person's theory, because they're experts in their field and they're telling you based upon their expertise what they believe is going on, or in a sense of body language, in their expertise of where they believe the people are being deceptive and stuff like that. You would hope that all the body language experts have the same thing to say, but sometimes opinions do vary. And so I like listening to all the different varying of opinions. Right now, our go-to is usually the behavior panel. And that's who we get our body language stuff from. Well, this is a new guy that I found, covering the case of Emmanuel, and I thought it would be interesting to listen.
7-month-old baby whose parents' behavior was, let's say, really strange. I made a video about that and all the circumstances of the case, and so many red flags, so strange body language, so lack of emotions, and the background, especially of the father, we didn't have much hope. And
so he's saying he goes by the body language. He has 841,000 subscribers. I hope you guys, let me go ahead and hit subscribe here. I hope you guys go over there. It's Jesus Enrique Rosas. Hopefully I'm saying the last name properly. I'm probably not. I don't do well with my rolling of R's and stuff like that, But I think this is interesting because we should value his opinion like the behavior panel. I'm interested, we've only had the behavior. I didn't like the behavior panel's assessment of the mom and the stepdad's interview. I didn't like it. It stunk to high heaven. I don't know what was going on with the behavior panel at that time, but it stunk to high heaven. He's Venezuelan or Argentina. Tina. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. But I would like to see, since he is the body language guy, wouldn't it be nice to have a second opinion on the Sebastian Rogers case? I wonder, gotta watch more Speedy Gonzalez, Betty. Thank you, VA. You're a smart ass. We won't say that out loud. Oh, did I just say that out loud? Yeah, he's Venezuelan. Oh, nice. Wouldn't it be great if we could have like a second opinion on Sebastian's parents? So you guys know me. It's up to the audience whether you guys go over there and ask. Sometimes they'll get enough interest on their channel where they will do it. But it's not something that a content creator reaches out to. It's when they see a need, when they see their audience reaching out to them and saying, hey, did you see this case over here for this person or that person? That's when you start getting their attention to it. So if you guys would like, the behavior panel also sucked with a Proudfoot. That's what I'm saying, Claudia. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'd like a second opinion on the Proudfoots. Well, it needs to be more than one person. So I would, go over there and comment and ask him, has he had an opportunity to see the Sebastian case, because I would love a second opinion on Sebastian's case, you know, from a body language guy. We know, I think, how the deception detective feels about statements made by the Proudfoot, and that's a statement analysis. And I know statement analysis and body language experts, they it's kind of like doctors and chiropractors. They know that they exist, but they don't like each other. Chiropractors say doctors are worthless. Doctors are saying chiropractors are worthless. You know that it's still the competition still rages on, right? So, but I would like to just hear from a different. This is the first time I found another body language expert that wasn't associated with the behavior panel. Because to be honest with you, they have 4 guys on the behavior panel that are body language experts. So it takes, you know, independent shows away. So we only have one place to guide us, and that's the behavior panel. So I'd like to have another. So now we have a second person that might be able to help with body language and stuff like that. So I'm interested.
And it turns out that, well, yes, we were right about the red flags, because the tragedy is that Emmanuel Haro is dead. The baby is dead. And
so that's been another thing is. Yeah, terrific idea. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that we just need, we only have one source. I like to have multiple sources of everything. Like before, you know, we had like Peter Hyatt with statement, we had Mike DeMann, and then we had like deception detective. Well, as many of you guys know, we lost Peter Hyatt, and God bless him, you know, may he rest in peace. But we lost a very talented person that helped a lot of us understand what was going on in definite areas. He's a demon when it comes out using his content. I've heard stories. Okay, well, again, you know, I don't know these people, but if they can give us some insight on body language, you know, I don't really care about their personal stuff, as long as their business stuff is beyond, you know, beyond expectation. So that's really, Pat Brown is great. I like Pat Brown. She was well known from my era, because I was, you know, the 90s. She was on everything in the 90s. There you go. Thank you. So, you know, it comes down to, what do I need? If they've got personal issues, you know, to be honest with you, I'm not a perfect being either. If you've seen my story, you'd probably be scared to be on this channel. But I talk about my story very, very often, because I like people to know that just because you went down bad paths and stuff like that, mine wasn't as bad as some people. I mean, mine just had a little bit of drugs in it, a couple trips to jail, you know, whatever the case may be. Nothing significant. I never went to prison or anything like that. It was all misdemeanor, you know, bull crap stuff. And, you know, that happened many, many years ago. And of course, it still affected a lot of the things I do, but not as bad. I mean, I was still able to get, you know, pass FBI screenings. I was still able to get licenses and insurance, as well as real estate. You know, it didn't affect, having misdemeanors really didn't affect my life. I think I've only been charged with like 2 misdemeanors, 1 violation of probation. I think that was really it. That's really to the extent of, so it's not really that bad, but other people's history is a lot worse. Mine, I talk about my childhood, because my childhood led me down really dark paths as an adult, and it took a long time to fix that childhood problem before I could fix my adult problems. And so I truly believe a lot of the adult problems we have are pains that we're harboring from child trauma. And once you start addressing the child trauma, a lot of the stuff is lifted. It really is. And I talk about that often, because I think that that's true in a lot of the adult problems. And it stems, and I could be wrong, but it seems to me that a lot of the adult problems, angers, you know, our pet peeves, and a lot of stuff. Like one of my pet peeves is the way people talk to me. That should tell you something, right? And that has to do with child trauma. You know, obviously somebody wasn't talking to me very well when I was a younger child. So I don't like people telling me, you know, talking down to me. I don't like people degrading me. And I don't put up with it. You know, now that I'm who I am today, I have very much healthy boundaries now. I don't put up with it. If people want to talk to me that way, I cut them off, you know? And that's just how I work. That's it. It's a healthy boundary. Not that I want to do it. So I definitely recommend you guys going over here, checking out what he has to say related to the body language experts. But I did want to get, I think right here.
make reference to this. Not only I will be following this case very closely, because this case is disturbing in another level. Because I
got a little lag.
want to talk about how, and remember that, how Jake Haro, the father, he literally beat his 10-week-old daughter back in 2018.
Now, I want to bring this up to you because this is a daughter. I'm hearing, because listen to this. I don't think it came from this guy. It came from somebody else. But they did like a psychological profile on Emmanuel. And they believe he must have been abused as a child somewhere. So that might be something. I gotta find that. I need to find that. I don't know why I didn't put that on here. I need to find that one. We need to go over that one. But it was pretty interesting related to the information about Jake. Anyways, we're going to get over to Fat and Opinionated. He has good stuff to say. District attorney releases a statement. Is this the one we did yesterday? I think I might have been double dipped on this one.
Things have been quiet in the Emmanuel Haro case. And then last night, I got word that law enforcement put out a new statement about the case. Now, when I got this news, I got excited.
Okay, yeah, this is one.
Because
this is one that we did yesterday, because he goes into it. I don't want to start that complaint back over again. Okay, so right here, this is something that you guys may or may not have heard, but we're going to go over this. So this is another content creator, I believe that may be out there in the area, and they did some deep diving, and they found the best friend to his brother that lost his life in the house. Remember, it was from an OD. Well, it's kind of interesting because this is the guy's best friend. It sounds like he did not see him for a few years, which, in a few years we know that somebody can try something and get hooked in a matter. I mean, my whole entire issue with the substances happened 6 months. And from point A to point B was about 6 months, and I have lifelong problems because of this 6-month error in my life, and almost lost my life, right? So this is a little bit different. This is like the best friend of the brother that died, that lost his life. His brother was cremated, not buried like the nephew, Rebecca's nephew, was. So I thought that this would be interesting. I'm going to step away. I'm going to mute my microphone. I've got to step away. I'm going to use the little girl's room for just a moment, and then I'll be right back. But you didn't need to know all that TMI. I get it. But whatever. It is what it is. So I'm going to mute my microphone. I'm going to play this. I've already heard this. I'm just going to take it back to probably about 2:08. I should be back by the time you hear.
He was a good dude.
Oh, no, we need to go back to the beginning.
You haven't already hit that like and subscribe button on a very good friend.
Okay, so very good friend
of Hector Haro.
That is the brother. He lost his life. So we're going to let you guys go. I've already heard this portion. I'm going to use the little girl's room. I'll come right back, and we'll catch up when I get back.
The brother. So we're about to clear up some mystery right here concerning the death of the brother of Jake Haro. Now, you got to remember, the timeline is his brother passed away in 2021, meaning Rebecca was not in the picture nor in the mix at this time. So to give you some background, man, let me introduce the homeboy right here. We're not showing his face, of course, for content purposes, but he definitely was a friend. So what's up, brother? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up?
Just chilling, man. So take us back, bro. How did you meet Hector Haro, Jake Haro's brother?
Damn. Fuck. I had to take you back probably high school, middle school days, man.
Yeah.
We met through one of my boys. That was his cousin. And, just met through, being little kids, running around, doing dumb shit. First started with sports and stuff. But you know how that shit goes. fucking
Yeah.
just start, you know. But yeah,
And
no, man, he was a good dude, man.
good dude. So did you ever? I mean, growing up, everyone tries a little bit of everything. Did he strike you as the type of individual that was heavily involved in drugs during?
Hold on, I know I need to unmute. Okay, this is where they start getting in. This is the bombshells. Okay, this, in my opinion, is the biggest bombshell, and why maybe Rebecca and Jake were. Sorry, I'm trying to get off my jacket here. Jake and Rebecca were possibly looked at. I don't know if they were looked at for maybe for his homicide, thinking that they're the ones that gave him the medication or whatever he was on. It's possible. It's possible. Yeah, my thing says 3 hours ago. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, we've been on here for a while. We've been on here for a while. The Gunners Collective, yeah. I like him. I like him. He got this. I think this is an interesting interview, and I think it opens our eyes. Now, he just asked, about the substances, because we know that Hector lost his life from lethal substance intoxication.
In that time?
No. I mean, like, smoke some weed, drink a little bit of beef stuff, but other than that, nah. He was a chubby little fucker too, so he didn't like none of that stuff.
Okay, so
it just seems a little odd that somebody that doesn't like that kind of stuff would go over to their brother's house and do that kind of stuff. Now, we do know that things over time change. You never know how somebody gets into this stuff or gets to the point where they're losing their life. A lot of these people that got into this, I can tell you where my break was. I got hit with a car. I got hit in a car wreck, and I ended up having to have neck surgery. And I was put on a whole crap load of medication that I thought was good for me. It was not. I never went down the OP line, but it did bring me to a different substance, a white substance, but not OP. So, it affects you. These pharmaceuticals, these doctors that don't know what they're prescribing, they affect your life for a long time. Mine started by a wreck. You never know where somebody's start is. So if somebody hasn't seen somebody for several years or a year, a lot can happen in that year. A lot. Like I said, my start and finish was 6 months long. And I'm still dealing with the repercussions of those 6 months.
Growing up with him and hanging out, and that was your boy, did you know that he had that Jake Haro was his brother, that he had a brother?
We never knew he even had a brother, to be completely honest. We knew he had a sister, but we never met her either.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder why there's siblings that don't, that have friends that don't know their other siblings. Like all of my friends growing up knew my mom, knew my sister, and, my little sister, she was still a star in the sky until me and my older sister were adults. And I mean that. Like, my mom had Taylor when I was 18 years old. I don't know what my mama was thinking, okay? She was tossing the coin, whether she would go get another one like me. I don't think my mom could have handled another Betty. I don't think she could. God bless moms. God bless moms. Yeah, the secret life, Karen. Absolutely. Worse than I was before surgery. Yeah. Yep.
I know like I said, I met him in Vegas.
In Vegas.
We never met his brother. And the only time we met his brother was at the funeral, unfortunately.
At the funeral. They knew he had a sister. One bed. That's it. I think this world can only deal with one, okay? I don't think it's just mom. I think it's the world in general. If we had more than one Betty running around here, oh good Lord, help us all. Help us all. Yacht clubbing. Oh, I like that. I'd like to be yacht clubbing. You want to be friends? Can I rub some elbows with you? Well, welcome to this crazy family we call the Coffee Club, i.e. the Insane Asylum. Grab your straitjacket and your padded room and welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
At the funeral, right? So he was staying out there in Vegas at the time you were living in Vegas, and he was kind of your boy. When's the last time you seen him and you were like, hey, look, there he is. There's Hector.
Last time I seen him was actually when he was at his job at a 7-Eleven. He was actually in a better place than I was. He would let us run in there and, like, you know, go steal some beer, do whatever. But that's the last time I seen him.
So you could see that his friend was wishy-washy. I mean, when I work for places, I think when I worked at McDonald's, I might have thrown an extra French fry or something into a bag for a friend. But letting my friends come in and take beer, not that McDonald's sold beer or anything like that, but stealing like that, I mean, that already tells me what kind of person I'm dealing with. I don't like that. I don't like. I don't know.
He was actually in a good spot. He was, from what I know, he was raising a couple kids, and one of them, I don't know if I could be wrong, but I think some of them weren't even his, and he was actually stepping up. You know, like, he was a very good dad, father, whatever you want to say. It's
just very different from what his brother is. So
very different from what his brother is. And I think that that's the important part of this, you know. It seems like when his brother was out in Vegas, his brother was fine. When his brother comes back home, his brother loses his life. You know, Jake had a first marriage. Their marriage ended. Why? Because of abuse. The abuse went in that first relationship with Isabel went unreported. Then you go to the next wife, and what happens? A child almost dies. Then you go to Hector coming home. His brother truly does die. And then you go to the new wife, and we have a dead child. Do you guys see the evolution that every time somebody gets around Jake Haro, somebody dies or almost dies? Do you guys see that? Are you getting it? That's been my tagline on X. I went on a major political activism advocate, like, all day yesterday. I was an activist yesterday. I was being a political keyboard warrior. If you don't believe me, go check out my X channel. I was on there all day yesterday asking people, are you getting it? Are you getting it? Because I was throwing out some receipts. Because I'm done. I'm done. And I wanted to say that to Peggy. Betty and B Betty is all we need. Oh, yeah. B Betty's my gal pal. B Betty's my gal pal. She keeps me fat and happy. She keeps me fat and happy. What can I say? Oh, Jake is a monster. Takes a lot. Everyone he's around drops, okay? And I didn't think of it like that until we were just talking here. But, you know, hearing this about his brother, hearing this interview from the best friend to his brother, when his brother was out in Las Vegas, he was taking care of his family. He was, you know, stepping up to the plate. Still meager jobs. But if they can have meager jobs and take care of a family and stuff like that, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, not everybody's going to have millions of dollars. I mean, shoot, most of us, even most of you guys live better than I live, you know? But in the grand scheme of things, not everybody's going to have these high-paying jobs. It's about heart. It's about family, you know? Some of the happiest people on earth were the poorest people on earth. Some of the most giving people in the world literally have nothing. And the people that have everything don't give shit. Okay, so you need to change your mindset, a little bit. But here we have one brother that appeared to be a good brother, a decent brother. Maybe not, nobody's perfect. And then you have a brother that's totally opposite. That's just this abusive pig of a man, and that's Jake Haro. It's just hard to believe that we have the good brother died in the bad brother's home type of vibes. We have one child almost dead. We have a brother that is dead, and we now have a baby son that is dead. And all of these people have one person in common. Only one. And that is Jake Haro. It's hard to believe that he was able to scheme, and connive all these people for all these years. It should show you truly who Jake Haro is. Who he is. Let's listen to just a little bit more. Here is the full interview. I'm putting the full interview down in the chat. So if you guys would like to watch the whole thing, you can. I'm going to be bouncing around like I normally do. Machete! Machete!
Very different.
Very different, yeah. Yeah, we're going to give him his respect, So you fast forward to the other day. So it's going on now a month. And all this chaos is going on with this brother. When's the first time that you figured out, hey, Hector and Jake were connected? This is his brother.
Oof. Honestly, I didn't even notice until, like I said, my old lady was the one that told me. He was like, "Hey, did you hear what happened?" And I'm like, "No." And he was like, "I think that's one of your homie's brothers or something." And then when I looked it up, I paid more attention to it. I was like, "There's no way. There's no way." And yeah, I'm still speechless, as you can tell. I can't even put together a fucking sentence.
So this has been distraught. This has been, this is distraught. The people that knew these people are in this, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening, distraught. Right? So this is the person that was best friends to Hector. We now have the mother. So look at all the stuff we presented today. So we have the mother-in-law, the ex-mother-in-law, Rebecca's mom, Vanessa's mom, that is Promise's grandmother, Promise Faith's grandmother. And she goes into the details about the falling out of the cousin and them not being able to see any of the kids in almost 2 or 3 years and everything like that. But they know that Promise is being taken care of. I don't know how I would feel if I was taking care of a child that was so severely injured and a boy that was so severely abused in the womb, and then see that mother coming around and saying one thing of negativity or anything. I would probably cut off all ties as well, because it's like, I'm pretty sure it had something to do with something like that. Vanessa, she's going to have a lifetime of regret for what she allowed happen to her, and Rebecca is going to the same way. And I hope anybody that's coming across this live and seeing my face, if you are in a domestic violence situation, we're not in an illusion or an alter reality. We realize that abuse happens both ways, on men and women, predominantly women. But there is the outlier of men being abused. It doesn't really matter. If you are being abused, you need to leave, because you're only one fight away from death, as you are right now. You're literally only one fight away from losing your life. So you guys need to start wisening up. And as painful it is, and as the unknown, as scary as the unknown is, where your life's going to go from here, it's better than getting the crap beat out of you. I can tell you that personally, from one abused woman to another. Okay? My life is, it may not be perfect. It's not filled with bows and butterflies. You guys watched me, you know, enjoy life. You watched me become a hermit in life. You guys watching me, you know, starting to get back out again. You guys have watched me go through all of these different, you know, even here online. And that's from stuff that I dealt with previously and the abuse that I dealt with from people on this platform. I'm just saying that you are literally one event away from being like some of the people that we run on this channel, and I don't want that for you. And nothing in this world is worth. There's not a dollar amount in a bank account. There's not a dress, a bag, or a sports car or a high-end car that's worth all of that. Your stuff isn't worth it. Okay? Your life, everything can be replaced. I'm a living proof of that. Absolute living proof that everything in your life that you value today can be replaced. The one thing that can't be replaced is you. That's it. So if you guys are dealing with it, I don't know about it. All I can tell you is to speak up. Go get some resources and help yourself out. Nobody can do it for you. Nobody. This is something that you have to make a decision for yourself. And you got to put together a plan to get yourself out of it. Nobody can do that for you. And it's very dangerous to leave. We all know the statistics, but you have to leave. We also know the statistics of staying. You have to leave. You can't stay like that. You will lose your life. It just matters whether you're going to be beat up for the next 10 years before you get there. It's time to leave. And I'm only going to pay for the first, 30 or 45 seconds of this, and then we're going to end our show.
That baby represents helplessness and vulnerability. And in order to avoid that feeling at all costs, you take that feeling, Jake Haro, whoever, potentially Jake Haro, he would take that feeling and he transforms it into violence and aggression and abuse to stop that child from threatening him.
I think it's this one. This is the one that I was talking about where they kind of identified and broke down that it's childhood trauma, which if you've been watching my show, I tell you majority of all of our adult problems are a result of childhood trauma. You fix the childhood trauma, you go back and do the work you need to fix the childhood trauma, you will be absolutely surprised about what how that fixes a lot of the adult problems you're dealing with. It truly is amazing. I truly believe it. I would never tell you that if I did not believe it 100%.
And so that's what's going on here.
Hello, Hidden Gems.
Okay.
I know that many have been waiting for this episode. I am with my co-host, back with my co-host.
Okay.
Which is the murder of a child in the first 24 hours of the infant's, after the infant's birth. There's something called infanticide, which is the murder of a child within the first year. There are different classifications of filicide, depending on what research you look at. We'll be talking about that in a little bit. But there's also differences. There's fairly significant differences between maternal filicide, which is filicide, murder of a child, infant, by a mother, versus paternal filicide, which is the murder of an infant by a father. So this is an interesting case because potentially it presents some combination of maternal and paternal filicide.
Maternal and paternal filicide. So he's also taking the approach that the mom is somewhat, at least at minimum, involved, is the approach that he's kind of looking at. I find this very interesting for a variety of ways. We didn't get this side. You guys know this is Hidden True Crime Podcast. Let me drop this. We're not going to be watching the whole video. I think this is something, again, that all of you guys need to watch and be informed of. We only do cursory reviews and commentation on certain factors of these programs. So in order to get the whole thing without my big mouth over it, would be to watch it yourself. So there's the link to watch this yourself, but we're going to be giving some commentary on it right now.
Depending on how you think this murder went down, or this alleged murder went down, if in fact there is a murder, I think we can presume at this point there probably is, and there's certainly murder charges. But I think looking at the different types of filicide will start helping us make sense of what happened here based on the research, the different types of filicide that people categorize by type. And
that's pretty sick, huh? Filicide is classified by type of filicide. Whether mom, dad, or other type of caregiver. So that means there's enough information for statistics, which we know because we live in the statistics, which tells you that there's enough of these cases going on to provide those statistics. And that's what's so highly disturbing.
I think if we look at those different types, we can start to kind of maybe figure out what's going on here. There's a lot of clues we have based on, for example, Jake Haro's past history of severe abuse.
Right.
So that's going to be an element. That's going to be a big element in terms of interpreting this case.
And I've got great news. It sounds like, folks, that they remember I told you that we have 403 and 403B, you know, probative versus prejudice type of laws and what can be added, you know, be brought into court hearings and stuff like that. And I said there may be a good possibility that they may not even be able to bring in Promise Faith's case into his trial. And while it hasn't been, they haven't had any type of procedural motions or any type of orders from the court. So it's still going to be something that we have to monitor to find out if they're going to be able to bring in, or if they're going to classify that as too prejudicial to the case to bring it in, and pray to God that somebody opens Pandora's box so it can come in. But I'm hearing that they might have grounds to bring it in. That's what I'm hearing on my end, you know, behind the scenes, that they may actually have the grounds to bring that in. That would be huge, okay? We want that to come in, but not all the time is it. They have to show a need for it. And, you know, some people are like past behavior. That could be it. But even sometimes those things just don't rise, because it just because they've done it before doesn't mean this time it's been done. But I'm hearing that and I don't want you guys holding my feet to the fire because it's still iffy, but I went from saying no, there's no possibility of them most likely bringing this in at trial, to now it sounds like that they may actually have a plan, a strategy in place to bring that in. And I like hearing stuff like that behind the scenes. So I'll keep monitoring it. We will know the closer we start getting to trial whether that stuff will be brought in. I still wouldn't be surprised if the judge ultimately finds that it's too prejudicial, because unless they have good arguments in a different aspect of the case, for me, it does, just on the face of it does seem like it would prejudice the case, because I think if people would make the leap that he's done this in the past and most likely did this time without really having a lot of additional groundwork there for that leap. So I'm still kind of iffy with whether it's prejudicial or not, or if the courts are going to find it prejudicial. But kind of where I've seen this in the past, these types of things have not been brought into court cases. So if they can bring it in, we're going to have to pay really close attention how they were able to get it in, because that might be able to be used in some other cases.
I will say up front that my analysis is going to be probabilistic. In other words, there's no certainty here. I don't know who did what. I don't know who contributed more or less to the harm of Emmanuel. Right? Like we don't know the details.
Basically, he's saying that, the details law enforcement put out, because that's what he would be looking at. He wouldn't be looking at YouTube channels for information like Ahmed's channel or anything like that. He's going to be acting in, they use real documentation. If Ahmed sent everything over to him for him to review, that would be a different story than he can see for himself. But right now, in all fairness, what is being depicted in the indictments, it's basically the same thing for each party. And nobody's really saying that Jake did this, but Rebecca did that. They're charging them both with the same charges, and they're not giving a whole lot of specificity in what law enforcement believes each of their role that they played in this crime. So he himself is unable to assume, because when you're at this level in you don't assume anything. You need hard facts for your analysis, and that's why he's taking this middle of the road approach, in my opinion.
But what I do know is the research, and what I do know is the theoretical approaches to understanding filicide, and I do know how those would fit in this particular case. And I think based on that, we can make certain assumptions. We can develop certain probabilities of what seems most likely.
See? And this is where I think people misunderstand social media, because that's what we talk about. We talk about the theories and probabilities of certain theories that could be at play in these cases, because we don't know factually. When we have a lot of information, like in the Sebastian Rogers case, where we can hone in and say, this is really stinky. We've got flashlights coming out from the side of their house, the same, and just 3 hours later, they're reporting a child missing and somebody's carrying a big blob. I mean, we can make those leaps. Those are factual things that we saw that we're looking at, and we're making the probability claims here. It most likely is Chris and or Katie on the outside of that house with flashlights. It came from their house. A child's missing. There's a big blob being carried by somebody that has the same body type as Christopher Proudfoot. I mean, we can make these probabilities. It doesn't equate to fact. Law enforcement has to come with facts, or circumstantial evidence proving that no one else had the motive, means, or opportunity to do the crime except, say, like the mother, the only person in the house that says she tucks her boy in, and he wakes up and everything's there. The house is untouched. He literally looks like he evaporated into air, not walking out of his house, evaporating. He evaporated inside that house because he didn't walk out. If he walked out, there would be evidence of him walking out of the house. We have no evidence of him walking out of the house. We only have a person walking with a big, huge blob in their hand to a vehicle. What was that blob? We can have the probability that big blob was most likely Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Because if it was clothing or evidence, it would be in a bag. It wouldn't be carried like this. It would be carried over the back, or in a bag like this. Not like this. So we've got problems, and we do use probabilities. And especially in Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' case, the probability of the parents being involved is almost 99.9%. Okay, so let me get, I think it's, I might have to listen.
His daughter, Carolina, I guess it's possible that maybe Vanessa took over at that point, right? And I don't know. I mean, that's kind of what he's implying. But
Yeah,
if you look at what's being said, it's pretty clear that Jake Haro is the one who committed the abuse, who's responsible for the abuse, and he's lying about it. By the way, the PD...
That was related to promise, okay? We just jumped ahead a little bit. We were talking about Jake, and then I moved ahead about 20 minutes because, again, there's a lot here. So if you guys want to watch the whole thing, this is like an hour and a half live. We don't have time for us to go through this entire thing bit by bit and break down everything. It's an hour and a half live. That would make this show about a 4-hour show just on this one video alone if we were to break it down.
Pediatrician Dr. Daly, who did the examination, he or she, I'm sorry, I don't know Dr. Daly. I don't remember I'd have to look at the.
I don't think it's.
Let's just say Dr. Daly. Dr. Daly.
We don't know. Male or female.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know Dr. Daly is male or female based on the injuries, the severity of the injuries. By the way, some of the symptoms they found that were affecting Carolina at the time were based on her presentation at the hospital, that she was experiencing severe pain, difficulty breathing, irritability, and constant crying, right?
So most likely Jake is doing this because he doesn't want the constant crying. Well, when you hurt a baby and they're miserable, it's constant crying. By hurting them, you're not stopping the crying. You're actually making it cry, making the child cry longer and for more days. But he didn't care. To me, it doesn't sound like this guy cares. He's an abuser. He's comfortable being an abuser. He's an habitual abuser of women and children, and he knows how to play the system. And right now, he's in the process of playing the system again. He played it the first time for Vanessa. He destroyed Vanessa's life. Now he's doing the same thing to Rebecca Haro. He's going to do the same thing. He's going to throw her under the bus. He's not going to care about her. All he wants to do is get himself out of this. I don't know. We did see a change. When it seemed like for the first time, he was about to take responsibility of the issue, because when he did his, although he didn't say a whole lot, he said Rebecca is innocent and loves her children. And I believe that, because I believe Vanessa loved her children. I believe that maybe the reason why she was drinking so much was to deal with Jake's abuse. And some people do that. I don't know if you've ever seen it. There's a lot of people that go to substances and alcohol to deal, their coping mechanism to deal with the person that they're with. This may have been all Jake this whole time, even the alcohol, even with the children, all Jake. We don't know. We really just don't know. But either way, he destroyed Vanessa's life. He destroyed all of his children's lives. And now he started a new family, and once again, he destroyed the woman and all the children. This is the third family that little old 31-year-old Jake has married and been involved in every single family he has married, every single woman and family he's created, he has single-handedly destroyed. Much like Christopher Proudfoot. There's not one marriage he's been in that he has not beat on women or kids, unless there was no kids in the family. Every single one of his wives have been beaten by Christopher Proudfoot, from what we're hearing. We already heard from his ex-wife. Nina, she had me in tears. I believed every word she said, most of every word she said. I know there's his side too, but I think that hers was more accurate than, say, his. Because he's going to say, oh, I didn't do that. I didn't abuse her. I didn't do that. But now her daughter, his stepdaughter, is 15 years old, 16 years old now, and she came out to the public and wrote a story about everything she remembered. Chris Proudfoot's family, Kathy Bowersox, Terry Bowersox. Terry Bowersox took a baseball bat, a green and black baseball bat, after her mother in front of her and her children, and wanted to beat her up with the baseball bat. Terry Bowersox, the same people that the county told us that we need to go and ask permission to hand out flyers. Remember that? You guys remember that? Huh? Yeah. Terry Bowersox, he was Breaking Bad. He's got all that ammonia charges from whenever it sounded like he was cooking meth. These are the people that Sumner County are telling us we need to go ask permission to hand out flyers. I can tell you, whoever did that, and I'm going to say this out, you guys get some, I can't be there. I'm dealing with my mom and stuff like that. You guys should be out there. Get the Seth has requested that the Sumner County flyer not be used. He wants the FBI flyer used, not the Amber Alert. He does not want anything with any of Sumner County sheriffs or sheriff contact numbers on it. He only wants to work with the FBI. So if you guys are out there, go pull the FBI, and you guys can hand out, you don't need permission from anybody in Sumner County by their own Tennessee law, as well as Sumner County's own ordinances. You do not need, I repeat, you do not need permission from any of these abusive a-holes or the sheriff to pass around flyers on public property. Now, if you're inside the event and you're passing stuff around and you're upsetting the folks in a private event, that's a different story. We're not asking you to go in and infiltrate an event and pass around things like that. No, 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 no. Thank you. Aw, Sheila. Thank you, love. 22 months. Bless you, my love, for putting up with my
Bullshit detected. Take precaution.
For 22 months. Thank you. But you don't need that permission. Now, I'm not saying for anybody that's going there, we always want to lead by example, and we want to be professional, and we want to be polite. We don't want to be nasty or rude, right? I was never nasty or rude until they violated my constitutional and civil liberties. And then after that, well, I really don't give a shit about them. But that's my choice. I don't want that to be your choice. I want your choice to be holding yourself to a higher standard and making sure you smile, wave, and present yourself well, because you're representing Sebastian Rogers. Never forget that. You're representing Sebastian Rogers. You want to smile on your face. You want to be courteous. If somebody doesn't want to take it, you tell them, great, have a great day. God bless you. Right? You're not going to force feed stuff down. You're going to be polite. You're going to be smiling. You're going to want people to talk to you. All right? You don't want to have a gruff look on your face. But if you are going to be out there and you are going to hand out flyers on public property, you're more than welcome to, without permission of the sheriff. The sheriff can't do shit to you. If he does shit to you, or any deputy does shit to you, they're in violation of the law. They're no different than the criminals that they arrest. But there may be some suggestions, like if they're getting complaints or something, where they'll move you down a little bit. Never fight with law enforcement. Always be respectful. They're always doing their job. But if that's what you choose to do, and you choose to hand out those flyers, then that's what you choose to do. But always be respectful. Always be polite. When I'm on the roads, you'll see I deal with things diplomatically. When I'm in Florida and behind the screen and I tell them to go F you and all this other stuff, that's from Florida behind the screen. When I'm out there in front of their face, I show them as much respect as they show me. They disrespect me, I'll disrespect them. But we always start with a clean slate. But since you guys are not me, I'm going to tell you that even if people are rude to you, you always go beyond your way to be nice. Being nice to them will upset them more than being nasty to them. So just remember that. Okay? Just remember, follow the rules, follow the laws, and everybody will be happy, healthy, and get to wake up the next day without any problems, So that's just where we're at with this. I hope more people do decide to get a group together and make it a push to be out there, boots on the ground, to hand out flyers on public space and public roadway. Do not attach these flyers to anybody's windshields or cars or anything like that. I don't know what the rules are out there. I did not check the rules out there. So when I don't know what the rules are, or if that's considered littering or something like that, I'm going to tell you guys to abstain. Thank you, Pam. Pammy Bear gifted 5 Bullhorn Buddy memberships. If you received your 5 Bullhorn Buddy memberships, don't forget to tell Pammy Bear thank you. And for the 5 beautiful people that made it, that got the coveted Bullhorn Buddy membership, don't forget to tell Pammy thank you, and welcome to this crazy family we call the Coffee Club, i.e. the Insane Asylum. Grab your straitjacket and your padded room and welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. And Seth does deserve better. And so, you know, even if they didn't like Seth, you know what? Okay. But you know what? Who deserves better? You know who deserves better more than anything in this world? Sebastian. He was a member of their community. He's the one that should have utmost protection over and above Katie and Christopher Proudfoot. They should be focused on him, his story. Where is he? But no, the county's too busy having their hand out, right? They just got $200 million yanked from their budget, and now they're sucking up to the Proudfoots and the Bowersocks and second-generation plumbing or second-generation construction for what? A handout? Are you going to try to show Betty that, because $200 million is missing from your budget, you're going to say, oh, well, we're going to be buddy-buddy with the criminals that caused this problem, right? You wouldn't be missing $200 million if it wasn't for Chris and Katie. Oh, believe that. I guarantee that they wouldn't be missing that money if it wasn't for Chris and Katie. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. So Chris and Katie has already made you guys look like a complete utter embarrassment to the entire world. They lost you $200 million, and you're still going to back them. That's corruption. That's corruption. Second generation, I'd like to know, maybe somebody that has, powers to hold, to pull public records. I would like to know how much, impact fees second generation construction has paid Sumner County since its existence. I follow the money. I think it's time for all of us to follow the money. And we need changes in Tennessee because they receive federal funds. Any state that receives federal funds should make their books open to all people across the United States of America. Only people that try to hide information are people that are hiding information. So why does the state of Tennessee have rules that because I'm in Florida, I can't pull public records when your laws are literally affecting me here in Florida? Let's not forget I was here in Florida when an arrest affidavit was written on me stating I was in Tennessee, forcing me from Florida back to Tennessee all over a lie and a corrupt detective named Lisa Byington that handled high-profile cases in that county, and she had no problem lying on an affidavit for me. How many other affidavits in those high-profile cases did she author? I'd like to know. And they blocked me from learning about that. Why? Because they will only give it to people that reside in Tennessee. They're corrupt. And I'm going to be working that no state that gets federal funds, every single state gets federal funds. That's why I'm doing it with federal funds. Any state that has their hand out and gets $1 measly of federal funds opens their book up to the United States of America. You can no longer hide behind your lies. Public records will truly be public. I am working on that. I promise you, I am working on that. There will be some relief on this in the future. So I'll keep working on it, but I need help. That means you guys need to start telling your politicians there in Tennessee and other states that do not allow us to hold them accountable that we need access to their books. Otherwise, risk federal dollars lost. So, I don't know. Those are common sense legislation I think every state needs. But you want to know why we're having such problems in Tennessee? Is because there's a lot of people inside this county that don't want them knowing that they're looking into them because they're scared, they're terrified. They're scared of the repercussions, and they won't allow us to order it, forcing somebody in that state so they know exactly who is searching into them. It's all corrupt. It's all corrupt. And I'd like to know who makes the decision on what is released. Is it a mayor? Is it a sheriff? Or is it a third party that's has no bias? Because I've got problems. I deal with all this here in Manatee County on such a large... I already think about these things before they come up because I'm dealing with it here. Okay? That's the difference between a professional political activist and a professional activist and one that just likes to get clicks and views. This is my profession. That means I study the laws so I can act within the confines of the laws. Whenever I go out, I handle my business within the laws, and so that's how I'm a professional. Okay, I'm a professional protester. I'm a professional independent journalist. I wear different hats on different days. But at the end of the day, when I do what I do it in the sunlight. I'm lawful, I'm legal, and I follow the rules and the laws. So there's no reason for any officer to ever put their hands on me. So you can imagine when an officer puts their hands on me, how I act. When I was in Davidson County and they had to arrest me, I never treated those officers with disrespect. I treated them with utmost respect because they weren't the ones that needed my wrath. They were forced to do what they did not want to do, and I understood that. When I need to be respectful, I'm respectful. But trust me, when I hand down a dose of reality, it's going to be aimed at the right people, not the wrong people. And the officers that were out there in Davidson County, just a big shout out. Talk about the professional level of that's the kind of policing I like to see in the communities, in all communities. They were not only respectful to me, they listened to me, they understood some issues, they took corrective action before anything ever happened. They protected me and kept everybody safe while doing what they needed to do. If they could have executed anything better, and I thank them for their service. They're arresting me and I'm thanking them for their service. Okay, I just want to let you know. I did not fight with them. I did not resist, because why? I knew that I was going to have to go in and I'm going to have to be processed. What they were trying to do is they thought I was going to get on there on the phones. I didn't realize this until afterwards, but they were monitoring all my phone calls. And I was professing my innocence. My phone calls would have sunk them. My phone calls would have sunk them because they were true. These people the whole place is corrupt. And I'm glad that they did it to me because I don't think I would have, that it had it been done to anybody else, the reach would have been as big as the reach. Like, everybody knows what they did. They're an embarrassment, and they got $200,000 or $200 million stripped from them, and that was just a small little paddle. It could have been a lot worse, and I know that. And again, I don't think it had anything directly. I know it didn't have anything. It's not like people say, oh my God, they attacked Bullhorn Betty. It has nothing to do with that. It's the fact that all of you guys have been blowing up the internet for literally a year. And all of these people saw that. And these people are going to remember that and say, yeah, we're not doing that. We're going to give this money to some place where they can spend it properly. Some place that understands that you don't talk to citizens that way. I truly believe it was their own doing and the doing of the public that caused them to lose that $200 million. I truly believe that. And, the people in there can be pissed off. They can be angry. They can be upset. I really don't care. They did it to themselves. They continue to do it, and they continue to display horrid police practices that we're going to continue to expose over and over and over again. And we're getting sick and tired of being under the thumb of these corrupt counties and police officers and sheriffs when we need shit done. And right now, we need them to be looking for Sebastian and to be holding the people responsible accountable. They did a shitty job. Delilah, come say hi to everybody. Come here. They want to say hi to you. Come. No more barking. Come on. Come here. Come say hi to the coffee club. Come say hi to the coffee club. They miss you. Come on. Give me a second. She's coming. I can hear her little feet. Come. There you are. Come on. You know what you need to do. There you are. We got her a little dressy potty pat or diaper on today. So she got a little diaper, a little hole, but she got little ruffles. She got little ruffles on her little boo boo, little booty. Look at that little cute booty. Oh, there she is. There's the little barky monster. That's what you've been hearing in the background. This little thing right here has all that bark. My little baby. You know what she wants. And I'm going to say this because as soon as I say this, then I'm going to have to get off because she's going to go crazy. You want to play ball? You want to go outside and play ball? What? You want ball? Outside? I'm so mean. What? You want ball? She's not doing it. She goes crazy. When I'm at the door, she'll start going, Aah! She starts getting really loud. All right, well, I'll be on here for another hour. Where'd you go? Hi. You want to go play ball? Tell him how much you like to play ball. Tell him how much you like to play ball. Why are you getting so shy? Okay, well, she won't do it. She won't do it online. She's like, oh, Mom still got the things in, so she went and sat on her bed and whimpered. But she gets really loud. She'll get really excited. I'm going to have to record it. Actually, you know what? I might record it. Oh, thank you, Pebbles. Don't forget to sign the change.org demanding the Sumner County Sheriff. Why would a sheriff that if he knows that the family wants a case solved, I want you guys to think of it. What would make a sheriff hold on to a case if he's not making progress? You know? Oh, I forgot to do that, didn't I? Well, it's almost too late. Come closing out the show. I got to take Delilah out and play, ball with her. I have to spell things out in front of my... That's what I do. That's what when I'm talking to Glenn or somebody else, I'll say Y-A-R-D and B-A-L-L when she's here. But I wanted her to go a little crazy, but she wouldn't do it. She was very, very reserved. Guys, she busts my eardrum. When I get close to that door, she's just pouting right now. She's over in her bed just pouting. She knows that it's going to be a little second. I wish this thing would show the full thing. It says, so the FBI information is 202-324-3000, option 6. We're trying to get everybody that turned in information over to Sumner County to start calling the FBI and turning over that information to the FBI as well. Despite what law enforcement is telling us, I do not believe they are communicating directly with the FBI. It doesn't appear that that's the case. It appears that's another lie from Sumner County Sheriff's Office. So with that being said, please do your part. Let's keep this stuff going. If you guys can get over to my X account and, start pushing the post where I'm saying, we're finally getting traction. It was posted about 19 hours ago. If you guys could get over there and start pushing that stuff around, grabbing the link and sharing it on all platforms. I don't get paid for TikTok or for X. I get zero money for X. So it's not a money thing or a click or view thing. It's an attention thing. We need the people that can give this case attention to give it attention. That's where we're at. Okay, folks? So anyways, thank you guys for all your help. We'll start getting back to getting these cases. Don't forget, we still need some information on, what's her name? Did I already delete it? I think, oh, no, there it is. Carly Elizabeth Tillery. Carly Elizabeth Tillery, if you guys weren't here, this is a beautiful little child that disappeared. We're behind the 8 ball. I don't know how we didn't hear from her about her case. She went missing in March of this year. A 5-year-old girl, and she still hasn't been found. So if you guys are doing research or finding anything, please send this stuff to me related to Carly Elizabeth Tillery to bullhornbetty@gmail.com. bullhornbetty@gmail.com. You guys make it a great day. I'm glad we got all of our audio stuff worked out. Sounds like today was not an issue, so I'm very thankful. Yay, yay, yay. Good show, good show. So tomorrow I will not be reconfiguring my settings. I don't want to go through what I did the last time. It seems like everything's working as it should. And we're just going to be very, very thankful. Thank you. Another child from Tennessee, Summer Wells, from Tennessee. Layla Santinello, also still missing, an unsolved case out of Tennessee. Holland Stapp, still another missing child, missing person out of Tennessee. Their case still has not been solved yet. Michael Monkey Vaughn out of Idaho, case still has not been solved yet, but suspects have been named. Harmony Montgomery, we know that case has been closed, but we all need to remember her name and her story because a lot of them repeat themselves. Cody Bigsby, another child, his father is in jail. His father has been convicted of the crime, and he has never been located. So you guys rock it out with your coffee beans out. Don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And until next time, please be safe, but more importantly, kind to one another. God bless.